First round of drinks is on us. So.
What's going on, guys? How we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good Friday evening. We are back at it. Best Bet Live 2-5 with the $25 big blind ante in play. This is a no limit hold'em deep stack cash game we got for you. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Mike Kruger, who's commentating from parts unknown. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. How you doing tonight, Ryan?
Doing all right. Cannot complain. We're getting things going here with this 2-5, $25 big blind ante game. We do get a seventh player shortly. They're running a little behind. There is some pretty bad weather here in Jacksonville, but we'll have a seventh player here soon. We'll be seven-handed to at least start. It's also day 1B of our main event of our Summer Swing Series that's going on right now. $600 buy-in, $100K guarantee in the prize pool. And I do know there are some guys that, if they're no longer in tournament, they will be making their way to the live stream as well. But here we are, first hand of the night. Mike, I'll kind of let you carry things for a minute. There are a couple things I need to take care of real quick, but I'll go ahead and let you call the action for a little bit here, okay?
Sounds good. All right, here we see Brenda River 2 pair. Mr. Bill did flop the kings with a flush draw, chose not to bet it. Check down his middle pair, and Brenda catches up on the river to take this one down. And thanks everybody for tuning in. Like Country was saying, this weekend was our main event weekend. 600 buy-in, 100K guarantee going on right now at Best Bet Jacksonville. A lot of players that would normally play in these streams might be in that tournament, so could easily see this game fill up shortly. I know Hunter there in the one seat bagged up some chips in yesterday's flight, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some familiar faces and familiar names on today's bag up sheet as well. Anybody that hasn't joined us before, this is a live stream game from Best Bet Live in Jacksonville. We have a total of 3 rooms, this being our primary location. I'm the room manager over at the Orange Park location, and then we have a third room down in St. Augustine as well. So this hand we saw Hunter open it up to 50 from under the gun. Easy and Mr. Bill called. So went 3 ways to a flop of Queen 7-4, 2 diamonds. Everybody kind of whiffed. A lot of turns that could add some straight draws to all 3 hands. That's not one of them, however. 5 of clubs, pretty brick turn card. Hunter does elect to check. And Easy goes for the bet. It's just a matter of which person wanted to bluff first, it seemed like, on this hand. And sure enough, Easy does take it down. After seeing all the weakness on the flop, he decides to steal it away on the turn. Appreciate everybody coming out early. Alex and Steve, what's up, guys? Thanks for joining in. In case anybody's unaware, this is a 2-5. The $25 ante comes right out of the big blind, so you're going to have 25 dead in the middle, ready to go. Really helps increase the pre-flop action, as obviously it's worth stealing the blinds when there's a dead 25 in the middle. You'll see a lot bigger opening sizes compared to a normal 2-5. That's why you see like Easy here raising it to 50 under the gun with pocket jacks. We got Mr. Bill calling for the 50 with his 6-5, and Hunter completes out of the big blind, 9-4. Flop is 7-5 tray, 2 clubs. So over pair for Easy, middle pair and gut shot for Mr. Bill. Hunter has a gut shot, decided to go for the donk bet. And both players call. Sure enough, turn comes 6 of clubs, so Hunter does make the straight. He does bet 100, about 1/3 pot. It's a really good value size. Also, a little fearful of the clubs completing with 2 players calling your flop lead. So probably a little bit of value, a little bit of see if anybody wants to raise with their flush. So Mr. Bill called with his 2 pair, and now River Ace of Diamonds comes, and Hunter checks it over. And it looks like Mr. Bill is going to bet at it on this river card. Bets 250, which is half pot. Might think that his 2 pair is good and be going for thin value. If Hunter had a hand with a naked ace of clubs, for example. Sure enough, Hunter does make the call of his straight. He's going to take a $1,000 pot down. Steve, I don't think you're too late to the party. You grabbed a pizza and you made it for the second hand, so wouldn't sweat it at all. Obviously, it's worth missing a hand or two for some pizza.
Are we back on the pizza grind for a Friday night? I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Can never go wrong with pizza. All right, looks like our 7th player just walked in. Got Todd L. Joining the game now. Todd L's relatively new to the room, but he's been hopping on as many live streams as he possibly can.
Yeah, I know he was on last week's game that I did commentary with when it was the 510.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure he jumped into that one.
He definitely likes playing all the big games for sure. So very much does like to mix it up. I didn't know if you had a chance to check out any of the 2-5 game from last night, Mike, but it was a pretty fun one that we had. Actually, before we got the live stream going today, I put up a YouTube short of a particular hand where it was Pocket Aces versus Ace King versus 7-6. And Sean Louie with his 7-6 river to straight. And what it would have ended up being a chopped pot between James and David.
No, I didn't get a chance to watch any of it yet, so.
Yeah, definitely check
now
it
I
out,
know
though.
First thing on my to-do list tomorrow, I guess.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we got Miss Brenda raising at the 50. Hunter made the call. Queen Jack versus Jack 10. Flop's already out there. It's a 7 Queen Deuce.
Yeah, we saw a quick bet from Brenda and a quick fold from Hunter. Mm-hmm. Definitely worth defending Jack 10 in position. But on that flop, obviously, just going to throw it away.
It's been a while since I've seen Miss Brenda on the live stream before. She typically likes to play a lot of the bigger games in her room.
Yeah, no, she's been over at Orange Park playing the 510 a good bit.
Mm-hmm.
Saw her the last couple weeks.
Yep. I think there's a couple faces you might recognize that plays 510 maybe at Orange Park too. Kyle there in the 4th seat.
Yeah, he comes over a good bit.
Mm-hmm.
And is it David in the 8th seat, or 9th seat rather?
No, that's James.
James, sorry. He's been, I know, I'm pretty sure he ran pretty deep in our the Swing Series event that we had a few weeks ago, and then I've seen him playing 2-5 on and off again at our room, in between playing on some of these live streams.
You already know.
So I'm not sure if he's jumped into the 510. I'm sure he has if it's gone, because usually a pretty good game.
Yeah. Yeah, I know he got involved with that Aces hand, the one I was just talking about, and didn't end up going well for him. All right, so we're at the turn on this hand. Let's see, Hunter in the lead with Ace-4. Easy, though, just turned a flush draw.
Yeah, good spot for Easy E to bet once it's checked to him on the turn. It checked around on the flop, so you have to assume everybody's pretty weak. Hunter and Mr. Bill only had gut shot straight draws. Nothing else really going on, so they got to lay it down.
Got Alex Louise in the Facebook chat saying, let's go. Of course, yeah, very busy day here in our room. Of course, it's a Friday. It's day 1B of our main event. I want to say last time I checked, we had 144 entries.
Oh, wow.
In today's
Nice.
day 1B, and we still have yet to hit our dinner break, which is when registration will end. But yeah, 91 from yesterday. Had 12 players advance to the final day on Sunday. And then, like I said, already 144 for today.
Yeah, 144 is great. I mean, it's going to be a pretty hefty prize pool after tomorrow's flight.
Mm-hmm. All right, some 3-bet action from Hunter here. King Jack offsuit. And see James.
Yeah, James opened under the gun. Pocket 7s.
It's going to go ahead and call. So we'll see if flop heads up here. 9-6 Jack. Hunter with the pair of jacks.
And it looked like James went with the blind check. Hunter does c-bet, takes it down. Good flop for King Jack when you just get to flop Jack high.
Straddle, 10 to play.
All right, so we do have a straddle.
Yeah.
Todd L is going to go ahead and raise it up to 50. He's getting ready to play his first hand.
Mr. Bill calls from the butt with King 5 of hearts. See Brenda call Queen 9 out of the small blind. And James is going to call with Queen 10.
All right,
Hunter
so
does fold
players.
the straddle. Not many hands you want to fold there. You look down at one of them.
4-5 ace. Mr. Bill has a 5. For some reason, I like Todd L's mystery hand here.
Yeah, I would imagine this is a really good, board for Todd L to c-bet on. Ace high flop. He was the pre-flop aggressor. He does continue for 100, and Mr. Bill is going to call with his pair of 5s from the button.
All right, so we're going to be heads up with Todd and Mr. Bill, it looks like. 8 on the turn.
Pretty clean card for both players. If you're Todd, you're not too afraid of your opponent improving. If you're Mr. Bill, you're not. If you assume Todd bluffs on the flop, then that card should improve a bluff like King Queen, King Jack, those hands.
Mr. Bill is
Todd L's aggression takes it down.
Yep. That's Todd's game. I mean, the few times we got to see him play on the live stream, he's definitely shown that he's kind of an aggressive player. Jeffrey in the Facebook comment saying, where do you go to get on the list to play online? Well, you have to be in person. You can't play online. But in case you're asking where to sign up online to play on our live stream, just go to our website, bestbetjacks.com. Go to the live stream tab, and then you'll fill out the questionnaire to try to get yourself a seat. It is first come, first served. July's schedule is up on the website as far as our live stream goes. So the sooner you can sign up, the better. As back to the action here, pocket queens for Mr. Bill raises it to 70. Now EZ here.
Yeah, I don't think EZ. Wow, EZ does limp into fold. A little surprised. Thought he was limping into call with the ace jack. Maybe he knows. Maybe he knows a little bit more about Mr. Bill than we do.
Well, Mr. Bill, we've often called him the legend, Mr. Bill, here on the live stream. Has made a lot of memories on the live stream itself. There was one hand where he was heads up with DQ in a big 2-5 game that we had last year. Mr. Bill had King 10, and he was up against DQ's pocket kings, and 2 10s hit the flop, and the rest was history. Mr. Bill scooping it all. He'll mix it up. He's not your regular OMC, that's for sure.
I feel like if you dropped him into any poker room, though, they would assume he's an OMC for the first couple hours. He could play it up really well.
Yep.
Speaking of not being an OMC, here he raises it up to 50 with 8-9 of clubs.
And he does catch an 8 on the flop. However, Hunter with
top
the
pair
diamond
and
draw.
second nut flush draw.
And a pair of jacks.
Yeah, pretty strong flop for Hunter. He does decide to lead rather than check to the pre-flop raiser in a multi-way pot. Only Mr. Bill calls, so it's the Hunter and Mr. Bill heads up to the turn. Turn went check. Imagine Hunter is going to lead now on this river after the check back from Mr. Bill on the turn. Does bet 250.
Yeah, Mr.
Bill's going to lay down
go.
his pair of 8s.
Yeah, Mr. Bill, who does watch a lot of our live streams as well, has seen Hunter play plenty of times. He's probably played with Hunter a lot too, so he knows what he's going up against when he's going to face Hunter there. Ooh, that's a new one.
Gotta mix it up. Joey in the chat says, greeting humans. Hello, Joey.
Yeah, Joey, good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by.
Not sure if we're catching you before or after your trip out to the World Series. I know you were talking about on your vlog that you were going out there, so if you did, hope you did well. If you didn't yet, obviously good luck.
Richard in the Facebook chat asking how many people in Flight 2 today. Just got done talking about it. Last time I was out there to look at the registration numbers, there were 144 entries in today's second flight, day 1B. Well, Todd L does 3-bet it here to 179 with Queen 9 offsuit.
Yeah, this is definitely some early play where Todd doesn't want Hunter to abuse the button. Obviously, when it folds around to Hunter, he opens really light from the button there with the dead 25 in the middle. I think Todd knows that Hunter's opening wider than normal, and he's just saying, no, don't do it on my blinds. Kind of establishing that dynamic early.
That's why I never even crossed my mind that he was having so much fun.
Also, do want to kind of point out, it is pretty warm in the room today. Unfortunately, we had some AC issues. But, you know, we are trying to keep it as cool in the room as possible.
Been there.
Yep. Joey says
he did go out. Took a lot of coolers. Might go back out for Colossus and Mini Main. Well, hopefully you got the coolers out of your system just in time to go win the Colossus. Be much preferred if you get a nice redemption story. You see James open it up to 60 with King 4 suited. Out of the hijack this hand. Hunter calls from the cutoff with 7-6 suited.
Ooh, pocket jacks for EZ.
And he only smooth calls. He's playing out of the small blind. And crazy Mr. Bill wakes up with Ace-King in the straddle. He puts in a nice 3-bet.
I see we just got our 8th player. Got HN coming back to the game. HN's starting to play quite a bit on the live stream, which, hey, I'm okay with that. HN is someone likes to bring action.
He's sitting down into a pretty action hand. This one went 3-bet for Mr. Bill, and both players call.
Wow, Mr. Bill just flops 2 pair aces and kings.
Yeah, top 2 for Mr. Bill. With the 2 overcards, can't imagine easy is going to call it the jacks at this point. So it's going to be hard for Mr. Bill to get any further value, but always nice to 3-bet out of position and flop top 2.
It's already a better start for Mr. Bill this time around. Unfortunately, Mr. Bill got kind of beat up a little bit on the 2-5 game we had last night. Played pretty well. There was one particular hand, though, where he tried to bluff catch John L. Unfortunately, John L. had the goods, and it ended up being like a 5K pot. Whew. But he's back at it today. I know he's also going to try to play some 5-10 tomorrow.
I guess we'll see him again the whole weekend, huh? Here Brenda opens under the gun for 60. She's got ace, queen offsuit.
Looks like the action is folded around to Mr. Bill. And he's got ace 9.
Looks like Mr. Bill grabbed the wrong colored chip there.
That he did.
When he was stacking his chips, it slid down into the other ones. I don't know if you caught it, so.
Yep, he said, whoops, my mistake.
Say, no, 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 I said call.
Wow, look at this, Mr. Bill.
Yeah, he flops bottom pair, but Brenda flops open-ended.
Yeah, pretty action flop here for both players. Oh, and the 8
Brenda
does come
have
to
the
complete Brenda's straight.
I can't fold when he.
Yep, so Mr. Bill checks it over. Brenda's going to bet, and now with a 4-liner on the board, he's going to lay it down.
Yeah, I played so good.
Oh, she doesn't show. It's going to stay a mystery.
Only a mystery for about 30 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, right, yeah.
Tune in if they need to. Joey says he's going to finish the vlog 10 first. Filmed a No Limit / PLO event. Be excited to watch that one.
Now I'm like, I'm older and I'm a lot more cautious actually. Like
One of the few PLO vloggers out there, Joey Pigtails. Hunter opened it up from under the gun +1 with ace, deuce of clubs. Gets around to Mr. Bill, who calls out of the small with 10-8 of hearts. And then Brenda comes along from the big blind. She's got ace-9 offsuit.
This is deja vu, just about.
It's a pretty action flop. Mr. Bill flops 2 pair. Brenda open-ended plus nut flush draw.
9 on
Turns
the
an
turn.
pretty action-killing turn card there. Does open the door for Hunter to start bluffing, though. Both players check it over, and he does go for it.
Yeah, that's once our
Trying to
Mr. Bill's
represent
going to
the
give up
queen.
his 2 pair.
Yeah, Brenda does have the ace of diamonds to go along with her pair, so pretty scary board, but she does have the nut flush draw. River Jack of clubs. Now looks like Brenda's going to lead. She bets 100, which is only a quarter pot, but Hunter doesn't have any piece of it out there. Just a matter of him weighing his options of whether he can turn his hand to a bluff or not. Decides against it. So nice little blocker bet by Brenda actually takes it down. I think if she checked it over and Hunter went big, she'd have to fold, so not a bad spot for her. Picks up a nice little pot. Dallas Proctor says North Carolina checking in. Thanks for joining in, Dallas. And anyone else from North Carolina, for that matter.
Yep, Dallas will be in town for our big promotion in July, as well as many people. I don't know if you saw the Christmas in July things we got going on yet, Mike, but got some big stuff happening. Of course, Christmas in July, it's our second biggest promotion of the year that we run from July 12th through July 23rd. Big high hand promotions, as well as a card player cruise package that's going to be valued at $3,144. We'll be giving away one of those per day during 12 days of Christmas. It's a pretty sweet promotion, pretty big deal we got going on.
Pretty good bottom set for Kyle here,
Yes.
too.
Speaking of, deuces never loses.
It looks like there was a bet and a call.
Yeah, Ashton Tractor's
Hunter
trying to
did
get caught back
fold.
up here.
So Kyle bet small and Mr. Bill called. Now turn 4 of diamonds brings in the front door flush draw. Kyle checks it over to Mr. Bill, who bets 200, 2/3 pot. So imagine Kyle's not folding.
Kyle's going to call it. And a king of hearts on the river. Curious to see what Mr. Bill has. He's going to check it over to Mr. Bill.
And Kyle looks to go for a check call line, I would assume.
I don't know.
Said he lays it down.
Yeah.
Really read Mr. Bill for the flush. Talking about that Christmas in July, I know the cruise packages are going to be random times throughout each day, so it kind of rotates around.
Yep. Yeah,
It's
the
nice
time.
in case you're a daytime player or a nighttime player.
Yeah, the times are listed online too, as when those packages will be given away. And then the final 3 days of Christmas in July, the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. That's going to be a shared promotion between all 3 of our rooms. So Jacksonville, Orange Park, and St. Augustine.
He played twice in the last like 2 years. He cut his hair last time about 3 months ago.
Raise 65 and 4.
Getting everybody involved. It's going to be a fun time.
Oh yeah, can't wait for us over at Orange Park to win all of the cruises those 3 days.
Well, he's pretty young.
The goal anyway.
Yeah, I want to say it was recently. I want to say it was a couple years ago when we started making those final 3 days being a shared promotion to get the other rooms involved. It seems like it's worked out pretty well. 10-4 tray flop here. Easy's pocket 9s are in the lead.
Yeah, hard to feel a little comfortable 4 ways with a middle pair, but the flop checks around, you're feeling a little bit better about it, that's for sure.
Then the ace comes.
Till an ace comes on the turn. Kyle picks up everybody's weakness and decides to put a stab out there and takes it down. Pretty good table read by Kyle there.
Mark, what's up, man? Good to see you in the YouTube chat. Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. Of course, Aaron B as well. Good to see you as well. Just getting things going here in our first half hour of our 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack cash game at the $25 big blind ante. Again, it is also day 1B of our main event of our summer swing series. $600 buy-in, $100K guaranteed in the prize pool. Had 91 entries yesterday for day 1A, and I think we're at 150 now for day 1B. I'm going to double check and look real quick after this hand, and then I'll give you guys an updated number because they're about ready to get to their dinner break here shortly.
That's an amazing turnout for the Friday flight. Usually Saturday is the bigger one, so maybe they'll creep up closer to 200 tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel like tomorrow it's definitely going to be a huge turnout.
That's going to be awesome.
Deuce, King, Jack, flop.
Yeah, top pair for Todd, who called out of the big blind.
4 players.
Middle pair for Brenda.
And then there's that pesky ace again showing up on the turn.
Yeah, takes easy from bottom pair to 2 pair pretty fast. Went from I don't like my hand to I love my hand. Just 1 card. And Easy's bet does take it down. Todd probably kicking himself a little bit for not leading on the flop, but that's how it goes.
Yeah, I definitely have a feeling that tomorrow is going to be pretty massive as far as day 1C is concerned. Going to be curious to see how many players do advance through tonight into the final day on Sunday, which, by the way, we will live stream the final table on Sunday. Typically, our final tables get going around 7 p.m. or 8 p.m.
Cannot wait for that.
Yeah, been a couple months since we did a final table live stream. Of course, the main event of the Run Good series that we had back in late March, early April. That was the last time we had tournament action on the live stream.
Here we see Todd 3-bet out of the small blind with pocket 9s after James opened up. King 8 of clubs. He does call the 3-bet. Gets to play the hand in position. Flop comes Queen 6 Deuce Rainbow.
Yeah, unfortunately for James, that did not hit anything for him. No connecting at all.
We do see Todd put in the continuation bet for about half pot. And that's good enough to take it down. Yeah, I think if I'm doing rough numbers in my head, but if tomorrow's flight is as good as we're hoping, I mean, that gets the prize pool somewhere between 200, 250,000.
Could be.
It'd just be a $10 straddle.
Sounds
a pretty good
right.
turnout. Yeah.
But yeah, button has priority. There's no restraddle.
So that'll be a nice final table to watch with a lot of money in play.
This is a rate game.
First place would be somewhere in the 50K range, maybe 40, 50,000 up top.
Stream. That doesn't make any sense. The players should be able to do whatever they want. They don't want to
All right, so let's see Miss Brenda here with ace-10 offsuit. She's going to raise it up to 60. Yeah, something you were mentioning.
$10 straddle.
I know something you were mentioning, Mike, about with the big blind ante being in play here. You're going to see things opening up a little bit larger than normal because of the fact the big blind ante is in play.
Yeah, there's essentially, 5 big blinds dead in the middle. So instead of it being 1.5 big blinds that you're trying to steal, it's 6.5 big blinds you're trying to steal. It definitely increases a lot of the action you'll see pre-flop.
That's been my time, everybody. Thank you.
All right, well, 30 minutes is in the books. We got our first dealer change. Trey, of course, you hear on commentary sometimes now. Just finished dealing that down, and we got Jacob getting ready to hop in. I think this is a full weekend for Jacob as far as a live stream because he dealt last night, the 2-5 game. I think he's dealing tomorrow as well. And I think, if I remember correctly, I think it's going to be Jacob and Trey for the final table on Sunday.
Action-packed weekend for him.
Mm-hmm. All right, so it sounds like the dinner break has officially hit. I'll walk out there in just a second to get final numbers. Is this flop Queen 5-10? Todd hits his 10. Mr. Bill hits his queen. Backdoor to clubs for HN. Well, now trip queens for Mr. Bill.
And he decides to slow play it, checking again. It's probably going to let Todd think he's good.
HN's going to be the one to fire out at it.
Before it gets to Todd, though, HN does fire.
But Todd does call.
Yeah, given the action, you're going to think a 10 is good here.
And look at this, the check raise from Mr. Bill.
Yeah, unless HN wants to get really crazy here, I would imagine we're going to see both players fold. Neither one's got the straight or the flush draw.
Yeah.
Kind of what Mr. Bill's trying to raise to get value from is some of those different draws players could have, but neither one had one.
Yeah, this is definitely a much better night for Mr. Bill.
Yeah, Chuck coaches. Call Hunter. All right.
You got the hookup for
this on the book for you. We need a coach, man.
Of course, we're talking about the Christmas in July. There is a big promotion that's happening on Monday at all 3 rooms. $1,000 high hands every 30 minutes from noon until midnight.
Yeah, straight on through, 12 to 12. 1,000 every 30. Should be a good Monday. Nice way to follow up the tournaments we've had every weekend here. Don't want to ignore doing a shared promotion this month. Here we see Todd getting a little frisky, 3-betting with 8-6 of clubs. We've seen him 3-bet James a little bit already. This time James has a pretty big hand. Fortunately for James, if Todd wants to represent on this flop, it would work. But Todd doesn't. Instead, he just turns open-ended and flush draw.
Yeah, Todd definitely improves on that, so he's not going to go anywhere.
No, he fires pot-sized bet out. It did give a double gut shot straight for James. An 8 or a queen would make James a straight.
Wow, somehow 10s are going to hold.
Yeah,
unless Todd decides to do something crazy.
Yeah, like Todd's going to keep firing.
He does bet 500. Going to put James to the test here. See if he can snuff out the bluff. Unfortunately for James, there are a few hands that definitely beat his 10s.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the flop being check-check, I think that's what's maybe raised a little bit of alarm bells for James here. And he does make the call. That's a great call by James.
Yeah, very good call by James.
Yeah, it was a pretty good sizing on the river by Todd. It's what you would do if you had a king. I think James is probably paying attention to the fact that he's gotten 3-bet quite a few times already. And is just getting a little tired of getting bullied around. Plus, I think when you get 3-bet and the flop goes check-check, that's usually pretty polarizing.
They have that $1, $2, $6 max. We went in there like $300 and just shoved every single hand. This max bot shoved everything.
Terrorize those guys. Go terrorize the locals.
If you raise one time at 240, you never get looked at.
What about Trump too? It's true.
I do chuckle every single time a conversation gets brought up about our 2-4 players. All right, another mystery hand for Todd. He's going to bump it up to 40. And
Brenda wakes up with a monster.
Yeah, 3-bet it to 140 with ace-queen off.
And that's after Easy called the original open. So a pretty good squeeze spot for Brenda. Not to mention she has a hand worth 3-betting. Like Todd was the only caller.
Deuce, king, king, flop. Well, if Todd has a king, we'll find out. Does not. Definitely does not have a king. Brenda does take that down. But yeah, I might swing by OP on Monday myself, Mike, for that promotion for the $1,000 high hands every 30.
I'll probably also be swinging by OP on Monday. Not so much to play the promotion, but maybe to pay some people out for it.
Yeah, but maybe some other obligations that you may have that day.
Yeah.
Definitely get it. All right, Queen 10 suited for EZ. He's going to go ahead and just call. Mr. Bill with the 8 deuce suited is going to be in there. Brenda as well. Well, it seems like everyone's just kind of limping in right now. Hunter may go ahead and bump this up.
Yeah, he's going to take advantage of the weakness being shown. I mean, really, if you're a player like Mr. Bill or Brenda and you're getting that great of a price from late position to just limp in with all the dead money, I mean, you almost have to.
Yep. And it will fold around. Yeah, Hunter's just going to take down all that dead money pre-flop.
Yeah, quick $75 profit for Hunter. You got all those limps plus the dead 25. It adds up fast.
7-2. Yes. What's up, crowd?
You gotta read the crowd here.
Tough challenge.
I just did. Strike out.
I wish they'd let us play the cup game every single stream.
That's amazing.
Called cup game.
Cup game.
All right, so like everyone is, this is very familiar to what just happened earlier. Everyone is kind of limping in. Brenda, though, is going to go ahead and fold. Oh, buttons on HN, okay. And HN does call as well.
Yeah, and everybody had pretty limp-worthy hands. I mean, once the first guy limps, which was easy. Then you have, king 9, 10, 6, 9, 7, just,
Almost a bomb pot we got going on here.
I mean, you get to limp in for 10, and there's almost 100 in the middle.
Yeah.
Pretty action flop HN with top pair and flush draw. Mr. Bill with straight draw plus flush draw. Kyle flop top pair. Middle pair for Easy. A lowly bottom pair for Hunter. And lastly, James with a gut shot. Just
And now HN on the button here.
Does have the best hand, kind of. I would rather have the top pair with flush draw than king 9 here, personally, but obviously king 9 is the better hand.
Yep. King kicker's in play right now for Kyle. So
We see those three players.
Yes, so it's like an ante, right? And then if the small blind
Well, now,
Another crazy card out, so
wow.
it gives Kyle top 2, Mr. Bill and HN flushes.
That's awesome. I like that one.
They do check it over to HN. He was the raiser on the flop, and
I've been in games where it's like
imagine he's going to bet here.
it's like
He does for 350.
but there's like
He's obviously trying to get value because he thinks he has the best hand with the flush.
2K, you just have to open jam.
Puts Kyle in a really awkward spot.
Unfortunately for him, he is drawing stone dead.
So you're just trying to give
Yeah, good fold by Kyle. Really tempting to call there, but going 3 ways, the front door flush comes in. He's able to get off of it.
right. I mean, it's a lot of times
And Mr. Bill just going to go ahead and call.
Which
Pretty
makes
much
sense.
has this locked down.
He doesn't have a
the small blind
ace high flush or anything like that.
The board pairs on the river, though. That's not a clean river card.
Can they play cup?
And it's going to go check, check.
HN does check it back. That's a good check back by HN. Mr. Bill gets to take down a nice pot.
Yeah, I wonder if that was any other card. If it wasn't a board pairing card, or if it stayed clean, as in not another fourth, like a fourth club on the board. I'm curious as to what would have happened there, but
I think as far as board pairs go, the tray is the least scary.
sure.
An 8 or a 9, you can see a lot of players having 8, 9 like suited, or obviously like kind of how Kyle had king 9. So you don't want to see the 8 or the 9 pair as much as the 3. But I think for Mr. Bill has to be a little bit worried about HN having a set or a bigger flush given the action. Set turning into boat, of course. And HN kind of has to be worried about the size of his flush after Mr. Bill calls on the turn, so it made sense for each player to check given the configuration.
I heard you were playing those. Some of those guys not too many.
75 from all two.
All right, so Hunter in the small blind raises up to 74. King 4 suited.
All right, we are hands.
Richard, you're not wrong. Yeah, the first David that we had in the live stream yesterday as a bona fide maniac. All right, mono board. Hunter does catch a king on the flop. Flush draw, though, for Todd L.
Yeah, not a flush draw he's going to be super proud of, but
Right.
flush draw nonetheless.
75 from more.
Flop went check, check, and we see a delayed c-bet from Hunter. Did bet about half pot 75. After Todd calls, we 10 of hearts river. Does bring in a lot of different hands that Todd could have peeled with.
Show what we got.
They do go check, check. So Hunter gets to take it down with top pair. Would have been interesting to see if Hunter called a river bet or not. But Todd happy to take a showdown value. Hunter could have gone with a delay c-bet with like a naked ace of spades or some sort of hand that didn't improve on the river. So the deuces would be good. Little bit of showdown value. Kind of opens the door to not have to bluff.
Button straddle, we tend to go actually.
All right, so we do have a straddle on the button here from Hunter. So action's going to start with Todd L. And, yeah, 6-4 offsuit in the muck.
Time to go. Call in 4.
Kyle's going to go ahead and call. Queen 6 offsuit. And Mr. Bill has the aces.
Just aces.
Bumps it up to 70. Brenda's going to try to play with a 9-8 offsuit. Folds around. Hunter, unfortunately, not a strong enough hand to defend the button, and Kyle's going to go ahead, give up his hand as well. So our heads up here with Mr. Bill and Brenda. These two have been heads up quite a few times already.
Yeah, it's not the best board for Mr. Bill.
No, all hearts. Brenda
I've seen
with
worse, but
$50.
yeah. Well,
Brenda only had a gut shot, no heart.
Yeah.
So
Mr. Bill shows the aces, and Brenda goes, "Oh, okay.
those are good.
Yeah, you're good. You're way good."
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us again for this 2-5 deep stack cash game with the $25 big blind ante. They are on their dinner break right now for day 1B as far as where we're at with tournament action here. I'll get a number as far as like register and so far.
Yeah, nice main event, capping off a really good swing series. Seems like it went pretty well at every location. Everybody had a lot of fun. Obviously, tournament fever is kind of in the air with the World Series of Poker going on, so
Sure.
nice that we can have our own little series that everybody gets to enjoy.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of fun for sure. I thought the concept was pretty cool. Of course, our own Johnny Pham, the mastermind behind that. I may or may not be saying that because he's in the room.
It was a busy month for him, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But it did go off really well. Not easy to juggle 3 different rooms, having 4 different tournaments, all with pretty good turnouts.
Todd L's going to take this down after flopping the flush draw.
Yep, C-Bet takes it down for him.
Give me my small blind, and Brenda's gonna be the big blind and I have a button straddle in the
You said Johnny's in the room with you over there?
32.
He was. He just stepped back out for a second, though.
Oh, okay. I was getting ready to ask, did he sneak in there to take a quick nap during the dinner break? Obviously, he's been running a little bit ragged the last month, so
Well, I will
I feel
say,
like maybe he was taking advantage.
yeah, I will say though, the production room in here might be the coolest room in the building, so
yeah,
that
that's
might
true,
be a
too.
reason why he might be hanging out in here. But we'll hear from Johnny himself. What's up, Johnny?
Oh, it's a little better. I used one of Mike's moves, and I asked maintenance to give us one of those floor fans, so get some air
Yeah.
finally circulating in there.
You ever need advice on how to cool a building down without AC, apparently? I got a lot of
yeah.
experience.
So we had 153 players today with the registration still open.
Nice.
About 30 more minutes, and then yeah, we just passed our guarantee, so now we're just on the plus side.
Oh, so yeah, so anything else now is extra. So we did pass our 100K guarantee for today, or for the tournament in general. Not too shabby.
Yeah, we should get about another 200 or so tomorrow, so we might just double it.
Nice.
Yeah, I was guessing between 200 and 250 after today's turnout, so that's wonderful.
Yeah, definitely been a pretty awesome main event so far for sure. And as Johnny just mentioned, if you're wanting to try to late register, 30 minutes remaining in the dinner break, you can still try to register and get into the field. I know Kelly Joe did that yesterday, and he was still able to bag for the final day.
You know what didn't happen, though? We had a little promotion for this tournament. You had cash in every one of our guaranteed events. You get 5K, and so far, nobody has been able to do it. So
Wow.
it was a little extra. But we had a lot of players that played all the events, and then we owe them some swag.
Nice, nice. Yeah, because we had that kind of like the ladder up structure from like all the other events, right? So
That's right. A lot of gimmicks in this one. We paid out event seats if you're the chip leader. And then we also paid out final table players a seat into the main as well. So.
All right, this board, pair of 8s and a tray on this flop. Looks like ace high for Todd is in the lead.
It's like Kyle's going to take the initiative with the open and a straight draw.
Yep. Does get everyone to fold. Yep. Good stuff from Kyle again. Kyle's been picking his opportunities to go ahead and fire out and try to take down everything that's already dead in the middle there. Now, Johnny, we were talking about Christmas in July, too, and the big thing that we're adding to this year is that card player cruise package that's going to be part of 12 Days of Christmas.
Oh, yeah, that is choice. I actually been on one of those cruises a couple of years ago, and those were fun. You actually get a package for 2 to get on the cruise for free, and plus you get a main event seat that's worth about $1,000.
Wow, that's pretty sick. That is pretty sick.
So they are transferable. If you do hit one, you are able to sell it, but you know what? I got a couple of guys that want to buy it.
So what Johnny's saying is he knows some people.
For sure.
All right, so 9-4 ace flop here, so a pair of 9s for Hunter. Action continuing on, and Hunter is going to get the check mark here as it did check throughout. Yep, that's going to be it there. Just checks around the entire way. Hunter just goes ahead and scoops up. But yeah, like when I was checking out everything, especially for 12 days or the Christmas in July, which is our second biggest promotion of the year. This is a neat little add-on. Like I was kind of curious to hear more information about that cruise package and everything. And we're going to be giving away 1 per day during 12 days of Christmas. It is going to be at random times as well. And as mentioned before, the final 3 days of our Christmas in July promotion will be a shared promotion between all 3 of our rooms. So you could be playing at Orange Park, you could be playing at St. Augustine those 3 days. Collect yourself a really decent sized high hand and a potential cruise package. Not too bad. All right, so let's say we got 3 players at the flop here. Ace, Queen offsuit, King, Queen suited for Todd, and pocket 7s. And the ace does hit on the flop. However, Todd L does have the flush draw.
Oh, we're going to get some blood here.
Yeah, it's going to be a potential pain incoming. Easy bets 150. Hunter calls. Let's see what Todd elects to do. Might be a spot where maybe he raises it. There we go.
I like that sizing to shut it down.
Is that 550 it looks like he's throwing out? 650. 1 extra black chip there. Yeah, I like Todd's game a lot.
Wow, it gives Hunter a fold. The best hand.
That's Todd's MO. He knows when to pick his spots on when he can be aggressive and everything.
I mean, that's a great sizing for sure.
Basic pot size at that point. They threw in there.
Yeah, because you got to figure out what the next bet is going to be. Although it's going to be 500 more for Hunter, the next bet is going to be north of like 7, 8. Pretty sure Todd's not checking turn.
No. That was a pretty strong flop for him. It didn't seem like he was going to be going anywhere. All right, thanks, Johnny. Stopped by for a little bit. Had to head back out to handle tournament responsibilities. We'll get a final number registration once registration is officially closed. We'll have Mike Kruger back with us shortly as well. Of course, Mike, the card manager at Orange Park. And here we go again. Todd 4-betting to 400 with ace queen suited. James is going to come along with King 5 suited. All right, so heads up here. Almost 900 in the middle already. Trade Jack 10 flop. So Todd has himself a straight draw to try to hit his king. Unfortunately for James, not a lot for him. Backdoor to hearts, it's really about it. But he's going to stay with it. He's going to call. 6 on the turn.
It's a
awesome.
card that gives Todd some equity, so he's going to continue to fire, it looks like.
Yeah, as I say, like a lot of equity because that does give him a flush draw now on top of having a straight draw. And James, knowing he's well behind, is going to go ahead and give it up.
Yeah, not a terrible spot for James to float. And then try to take it if Todd has to check the turn, but pretty good card on the turn for Todd to keep continuing.
Yeah, Todd's had a pretty good run so far on this live stream tonight.
Yeah, he's been very active, picking his spots to ramp up some aggression. He had the one bluff got picked off pretty early on, but he didn't really give up. He didn't let off the gas after that, which it's really easy to sometimes.
All right, so let's see 3 ways here to the flop. King Jack offsuit, Queen 10, and, well, another Queen 10 for Brenda. Ace 8-5. Someone fired out a bet, and I think it folded around.
Brenda was the original pre-flop raiser, so her continuation bet takes it down on the ace-high flop.
Todd once again going to straddle on the button. Again, reminder, tomorrow we'll be back at a 5-10 no limit hold'em action we'll have tomorrow. It's also going to be day 1C of our main event of our Summer Sing series.
I'd imagine it's going to be a pretty busy room over there.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun for sure. All right, James is going to raise it up to 70 with King 9 suited. Unfortunately, no one else had really anything to go along with him. All right, 1 hour in the books. Let's go ahead and show you stats as we're 1 hour in. And shout outs to Mr. Bill. Having a pretty solid start, up over 1,000 already for his day. Brenda's up 500. Todd is up 265. Wonder if he added back on. I can't remember if he did or not, but he's up 265. Hunter's up 157. And HN right now the most stuck, and then pretty high VPIPs, all things considering. 64% for Mr. Bill.
The button doesn't move, so it's optional.
As I mentioned before, Mr. Bill is not your typical OMC.
We can do it double board or single board.
Looks can be deceiving.
What do y'all want? 1 or 2 boards? 2 boards.
This will be the first bomb pot we see, so negotiations.
Well, yeah, but if they have the chips out, they need to be good with it. 2 boards. Double board, $50 bomb pot.
All right, so it sounds like they are going to run the double board $50 bomb pot here.
Yeah, it's a separate hand. The button's not going to move.
So for this double board bomb pot, the button doesn't move. And I don't think the big blind ante gets collected in this either, since it's a double board bomb pot. All right, so deuce 7 tray on the bottom board, 9 jack ace on the top. Well, whoever has suited hearts on the bottom board's feeling really good. There's a diamond draw for HN on the top board.
Royal flush diamond draw. Pretty good one.
Yeah, just a royal flush draw.
It's my favorite draw.
I don't recall seeing the ace of diamonds anywhere.
I see it right there on the board.
I mean,
The queen, yeah.
that's what I
the
meant.
queen
Queen
is
of
live.
diamonds. It's been a long day for me, Mike. All right, so we got EZ left and HN. 4 of hearts on the top board, deuce of diamonds on the bottom.
Pretty bad turns for HN. EZ has 1/2 locked up.
Yeah, with the trip deuce, actually full house, excuse me. Yeah, deuces full
Yeah.
sevens.
Bet 203.
EZ's gonna go ahead and bet 200 here.
Tough spot for HN. You know you're really only drawing at one board, but it is a royal flush draw. Hard to get off of those.
Oh, and ace does come on the top board to pair the board. So unfortunately, HN missed it on the top board as far as his royal flush is concerned.
Yeah, and EZ gets to shove. Interesting to see if HN makes a crying call because he paired the 10 on the bottom board. In reality, it lets him win the top board, but
Yeah. Yeah, EZ's already ripped it all in, and Trey's going to give a count here.
say if it's as small as we're seeing on the display, I think HN's going to put in a cry call with a pair of 10s.
Yeah, for 155, yeah.
How big the pot is.
Oh,
He does.
deuces full of sevens on the bottom. Aces, jack 9, 7 on the top.
So King High takes it down on the top board for HN. Steve
King
says
High
he
on
thinks
top.
he's had a royal flush draw twice and hit it once. So, I'll take 50%.
You know, I mean, 50% isn't too bad.
No,
I mean,
it's-
remember, baseball players can make the Hall of Fame with a 300 batting average, which is 30%.
Thank you so much.
There's like 1 in 3 dealers that's not on probation.
it's a pretty interesting. There's never like a clear answer of how to play bomb pots.
No,
Like,
there isn't.
maybe Easy could have not bet for value on the turn to then go bigger on his all-in on the river to try to scoop it. That might have worked. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's already, as you said, it's already hard to figure out those bomb pots. When you add another board to them, they become a double board. That says a lot of extra variance to think about.
Here we saw Todd L open it and just take it down. Quick hand. Quick hand.
You are my big blind man. One day Hunter's gonna tell
Don't make me sniff.
Good call, I guess. Hey, worst call of your life that worked out, right?
I don't know why I call that.
raise 50 and 3.
I've seen a raise the 50 from Easy. Queen 10 off. It's like Brenda made the call. 4-4 Trey on the flop. King Queen for Brenda.
She leads right out instead of checking it to the pre-flop raiser.
You have all our available.
Easy just call. He doesn't like it, but he's going to call. Deuce on the turn.
Now Brenda's going to slow down and check. Opens the door for Easy to start bluffing.
And it works out. Easy does make the bluff and gets it through.
Especially a 4-5 call, let's go. They got the high card. They ain't gonna be 4-5 callers.
We're talking about, of course, Christmas in July, and then before you know it, for our location, Best Bet Jacksonville, Card Player Poker Tour will be back in town August 10th through August 21st. We'll be back at it with another tournament series that's going to feature our main event being a mystery bounty event.
Ooh, lucky.
Mm-hmm.
I want to play on one of those.
Yeah, so
Pretty bad.
the last time we ran a mystery bounty event, Tyler pulled all three of the biggest bounties. He pulled the 50K bounty, the 25K bounty, and the 10K bounty.
Wow, that's a good day.
Yeah. He basically made first place money just off the bounties, and he's still final table. That's a pretty good day.
Yeah.
All right, so I did check around after the flop. Pair of aces and a 9. We are at the turn now, which is a 5.
I see Kyle go for a bet. Nice bluff by Kyle.
Kyle's gotten that a few times.
Yeah, it seems like he's been able to pick up some of those smaller pots where he's reading that everybody's just kind of given up on the hand. And he's like, I'll take it then. It's nice when you can just steal 100 here, 150 there.
Tend to play live or
Like an under the gun straddle is on this hand from Hunter.
raise 35.
Todd L's going to bump it up to 35 with ace-6 suited. Easy calls the queen 8. Mr. Bill is going to go call with 6-5 suited. Brenda also going to call on the button, king 8 off. So we got 4 players to the flop. King, deuce, jack. So a pair of kings for Brenda. That's really about it.
Yeah, Todd, continuation bets small.
Don't shove on me now.
That's
Todd says, don't shove on me now. Queen on the turn. Does complete clubs on the board. Todd's
That's
on
a
bet
Broadway
125.
straight draw for Todd.
Looks like the 4 diamonds on the river. 4 hearts.
Scare me. I check.
check 2. Check
You win.
7.
Todd raises the white flag.
Your king's good.
I don't think Brenda was going to fold top pair.
No.
Not with how
She
active
had-
we've seen Todd be.
Yeah, she had the top pair on the flop. The turn gave her a flush draw as well.
Yeah, I think Todd thought about going for a large bet there. Say he bets pot or a little over pot, maybe. He thinks he can take it down, but I think with how active we've seen him be, Brenda's not going to fold, even though she doesn't have the strongest hand in the world.
Tend to play live straddle. Raise 50 in the 8.
See Kyle limp in with king 9 of hearts. Folds all around to HN on the button. He's going to bump it up to 50.
It's like Kyle
Odd calls
called.
from the straddle.
Oh.
He's got 5-4, and then Kyle calls as well.
King 10-5, so Todd does get a pair of fives, a pair of kings for Kyle. Mystery hand for HN, and he's going to continue to go ahead and lead out and looks like bet 50 here. 75,
Yeah.
excuse me.
Pretty mandatory continuation bet. That board, when you're the pre-flop raiser, it checks back to you.
Now 6 of clubs on the turn. And now HN's going to bet 150. Todd and Kyle both fold. HN's going to take it down. Mystery hand, winning hand.
Yeah, front door flush came in if somebody had the club draw. So for HN to keep betting, looks a little strong.
I just moved really local. Living in South Florida. Oh, Lord. I was raised here and just moved back.
Got no straddle on this hand. Mr. Bill is going to open it to 60 with ace 10. HN's got pocket eights in the cutoff, so just a choice of whether he wants to 3-bet or call. He does call. Everybody else gets out of the way, so it's going to be Mr. Bill versus HN, heads up. Lots of king, queen, 4 with 2 spades. Looks like Mr. Bill is going to c-bet. Mr. Bill does continuation bet for 50 with his gut shot. Looks like HN put in a little min click to 100. Mr. Bill calls and just proceeds to turn the nuts. HN checked it back on the turn. Chose us not to continue telling his story that he has a big hand on that flop. River 6 of diamonds is a complete brick, and Mr. Bill now going to go for value with his hand, but HN has to lay it down. And that's Mr. Bill taking it down with the ace high straight.
All the games are on paper and the private games. You have guys that are losing $500,000 every night. The game originally started at $5 million. That's how the game starts. $5K less bad. Right, no, that's what I'm saying. It's stupid. But, and the swings are just insane.
I know Asian Zach pretty well.
Yeah.
He went broke
In his own way. And you can't beat the rake. The rake is insane.
He ran like his bullshit bankroll up to like 7 figures, like 1.2.
He's 40 in the 7th.
And Brenda waking up with pocket aces here. Opens it up to 40. We're going to see HN call that 40. He's got 6-5 of hearts. Gets over to Todd. So he's going to flick in the call. He's got king 9. Everybody else out of the way, so 3 ways to a flop. Flops jack, 4 deuce, rainbow. Checks over to Brenda, who does continuation bet. HN might be tempted to peel here. He's got a gut shot. He does call. He's got gut shot straight plus backdoor flush draw. Turn is an 8 of hearts. That adds a double gut shot and brings the heart flush draw in for HN. So really good turn card for his hand. Now Brenda bet 175, just under pot. HN's gonna call it. The river improves HN, but not enough. It's a 6 of clubs, not the card he was looking for.
games. I would get
Now Brenda bets 300, right around half pot.
come in fresh. These guys have been there for 2 days.
HN trying to figure out, could his pair be good here? We've seen her triple barrel after she pre-flop opened. Put her on a hand like ace king, ace queen. He can beat those hands, but not anything else that she's betting for value. He does call. Gets shown the bad news. Well, Brenda gets to take that one down. Aces do hold, even after a pretty scary turn card. Gave HN a lot of outs.
I've played in private games in Hialeah where these coach bosses would literally show up with an old school 70s suitcase of all $100 bills. I'm not even fucking kidding. They'd show up with just $150K and bricks in their suitcase.
10 to play. Straddle on the button.
Just stupid.
Action will start with the small blind. Roll 3. All 4. Big 6.
So Kyle limps in from the big blind with the 10-7 of diamonds. There was a button straddle on. Brenda looks down at ace queen. Imagine she's going to bump it up.
60 and a 7. Fold 8.
She does, makes it 60 to go.
Fold 9.
Gets back around to Todd on the button straddle. He puts in the call. He's got jack 9 of hearts. Kyle calls as well.
I was telling him that he hasn't really
You got me right.
These three go into a flop of king 4 tray, 2 clubs.
I told him
So no pair for anyone. Brenda does have the queen of clubs, blocking some of the flush draws. That could continue. So she c-bets.
I have to prepare myself.
And both players snap fold. She's going to take it down.
The WPT will be in the WPT is in October.
So Brenda's up to 2 in a row. She's heating up if NBA Jam rules are in effect. One more to go. She'll officially be on fire.
No, I said just I was waiting. I said wait until everybody gets back from Vegas, right? But October when the WPT comes here, it's gonna be action. Well, I guess you've seen some footage.
It's great.
But 20 times bigger. 30.
Folds around to the button, which is easy, and he opens up to 30. Does have ace-10 of spades. Kyle's going to speculate with 6-4. Mr. Bill's going to call 5-4. Either one wants to fold their blinds to a button open. The flop comes jack-8 deuce, rainbow flop. So an easy continuation bets. Mr. Bill and Kyle both have to let it go. Neither one with a draw even.
What are guys sitting with?
People were short buying 5 or 10 and running it up. As soon as it's not hard to do. It's hard to hang on to it though.
Button straddle. We have a button straddle. Start with the small blind.
So action's going to start on Mr. Bill out of the small blind. Button straddle is on this hand.
Raise 60.
Jen's going to bump up to 60 with ace queen. Todd's going to call with king jack. Kyle gets to call from the button on his straddle. He's got king deuce suited. Now we see Mr. Bill call with 10-7. A flop comes queen 6-4, rainbow flop. So HN with top. Not much for anybody else. Checks over to HN, who bets 150. Right around half pot size bet. And it's like Todd's going to put in the float. Going to float in position with king jack. Some backdoor straight draws. Turns an ace of clubs, which is a card that Todd might have been trying to use on his float. Unfortunately for him, HN turns a monster with top 2. HN does bet 225, and Todd does give it up. Reads HN for the strength that he has. HN would have checked it over to him. Maybe that was a card Todd would have tried to use to steal the pot.
That was in my game. He was got to a point where he was running the game every next week. And it would go for
Yeah. The problem with all this stuff is just like, you don't know what you're going to get paid. You gotta really trust the host.
the host. In this case, I've known the host for so long that I wasn't concerned. I knew he was back in the game, and so I wasn't concerned. But sometimes it got with that.
See Hunter open to 50. He's got ace jack of clubs. Good hand in early position. Everybody folds around to the big blind. HN wakes up with ace king out of the big. Imagine he wants to 3-bet a hand like this.
175.
He does. He makes it 175 to go. Hunter does flick in the call. These two are going heads up to a flop. Good flop for Hunter. Flops top pair, top kicker. HN decides a continuation bet for 150. So Hunter's going to call. The turn is a 9 of spades. HN checks it and Hunter checks it back. The river's the 8 of hearts. So now any 10 makes a straight. HN doesn't want to rep anything like that, and Hunter's just going to check back his jack.
I get stubborn, man. I just can't. Suited hand, I can't fold it.
Hard to fold a hand like ace jack suited.
I know you're not messing around. I just can't help myself.
Frustrating for HK when you see a hand that you had dominated. You see Hunter straddle from under the gun in this hand. Action will start on Todd in the 2-seat. Folds around to the button, which is Brenda. She's going to limp in. He had ace 7 offsuit. Now HN's going to wake up with ace king again, back to back, in the small blind. So he bumps up to 75. James thinking maybe he's raising a little light, puts in a 3-bet with king jack. Now it's whether HN wants to just call or put in a 4-bet. Does just call, so these two guys going heads up to a flop. And that's a monster flop for HN. Ace, 6, deuce with 2 clubs. And he decides to set the trap and check it over to James. Definitely a good hand to do it with when you have the whole board locked up. You have the ace king, so you have the best pair of aces. You have the nut flush draw. Not a lot of turn cards you're afraid of. Definitely not afraid of anything like that. Turning the nuts, checks it over to James again, but James does slow down. Now it's an interesting spot for HN with the 4th club out there. It's going to be hard to get paid by anything because you have the ace and the king of clubs. Putting out a pretty small value bet, hoping to get a cry call from the queen of clubs, but fortunately for him, James does not have any sort of face card with a club on it. Might have been an interesting spot to check it over, knowing that you kind of have everything locked up on that one. HN just said it. There's nothing left for him. One of those hands where he loved the turn card and hated the river card. With too much of it locked up.
I got too many of them. 10 to play.
Too many clubs. Too many.
What is there? 44? That's like the new 30. Everybody's living forever now.
All right, see Mr. Bill limp in with pocket 5s. Brenda comes along with ace 7. Now HN's going to raise it up from the button. Makes it 70 to go with 7-4 of hearts. James got ace 7 of clubs. He's going to call. Hunter's going to come along with king 10 of clubs. Now we're going to see Mr. Bill definitely go set mining. Giving all the chips in there. So we're going 4 ways to a flop. 4 ways. Flops queen 8-6, 2 diamonds. Nobody has any diamonds. Does give HN a gut shot straight draw. And he was the pre-flop aggressor. So checks over to him and he does continue. And looks like the aggression should work. Yep, everybody quickly folds and HN gets to take it down.
Yeah, HN definitely defended his button there, played it well. Looks like James is going to be topping back off as well. He'll be adding back on. Registration officially for day 1B is closed. We did end the day with 155 entries in day 1B today. As you heard Johnny mention earlier, we did meet the guarantee, so anything else that is added on is just going to be extra. Pretty cool stuff, though, to get 155 entries into this field on a Friday.
Yeah, I think we just about doubled the guarantee on every event then. I would imagine we're going to get close to doing that in this one as well.
Pretty juicy prize pool for sure. And of course, day 1C tomorrow, the final day for people to try to get into the final day of our main event.
It's a 12 o'clock start time, correct?
Yep, 12 p.m. start time for that. We will have final table action. We'll try to get that going around 8 o'clock tomorrow, hopefully, at the latest.
Sunday,
that's what I meant now. Everything runs together for me now.
Yeah, it's all blurring. It's all blurring.
If I start going a little cross-eyed, you know why. Strawman asking when's the next meetup game? To be determined. To be determined. It may be a bit of a ways away because we have the card player tour coming up in August. That's going to be here. We're going to have World Poker Tour here in late October to the middle of November, and then before you know it, of course, we have Christmas in July. But before you know it, our biggest promotion of the year, 12 Days of Christmas, is going to be happening. It's kind of crazy. We're almost halfway in the books as far as 2023 goes.
Yeah, it's flown by pretty quick, and when you lay out all the events coming up like that, it makes it sound a lot faster. Some of the bigger ones are planned out a little bit further in advance.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure as well that we've already got things in the works and in store for 2024 as well. So just keeps on going. Just like HN here. King 10 does call. James is going to fold. Hunter lets his hand go. Pocket trays for EZ. So 3 players at a flop. 6 ace jack. Brenda checking her pair of aces. Oh, well, HN completes his straight on the turn. And now
Always
Brenda's
nice to
going to
just-
fire.
Always nice to just turn it and have somebody bet into you.
Mm-hmm. And HN's going to go ahead and bet 300 here. So 3x Brenda's $100 bet. And she does give it up. Yeah, checked around, gave HN the free turn card to complete a straight.
Showdown was approved anywhere except for Colon. That stuff is magic. Like, for real. People don't understand how.
Well, when you play every game, you
Now
gotta
you can get it all over the place, but like that was like 7 years ago where I was
We have a little secrets. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, only like 90.
or you can go down to Mexico and
Yeah, I got low.
he did that and they did
It's a beer.
crazy intermittent fasting and then like a 7-day water fast.
Button straddle, send it to
Blood
ground.
through ultraviolet light.
Nice, we'll go on to the next hand here. EZ, 8-5 suited. Go ahead and call. We do have a straddle on the button again, so small blind will kick off the action pre-flop. Seems like it's whenever it's gone to Hunter and Todd, they have been using that button straddle as often as they can. Queen, King, Jack.
Yeah, he went back to the doctors that are like supposed to be experts.
Right, exactly.
Mayo Clinic.
HN had the best of it, and he's going to take it down.
They had to do CT and everything. His oncologist like looks at everything and he tells his staff like this what we got to do.
Yeah, sounds like we're going to get the tournament action started again here soon. Sounds like players are returning back from their dinner break.
Take a look, let me know.
We got a button straddle.
Dinner is done. Time to find a bag.
Button straddle, send it to go, actually.
So 155 entries today. I think we're taking 12% of the field.
I want to say it's more than that. I think it was like 14 or 15 bagged out of 90 yesterday.
12 bagged out of 91.
12 out of 91.
Yeah.
So about 15%. I'm
Okay,
assuming
so
they're just playing through the first 14 levels.
Yeah. So
With it being a main, people have a little bit more chips to start with, so I don't think it's a hard percentage as much as just time-based.
sure. And if that's the case, that's probably going to be like 24 players then that will advance today, assuming, you know, it ends before level 24 or level 14. So it'll be about, at least 24 players, it seems like, that will advance today. HN is going to go ahead and raise it up to 350 here. Queen 10, and whoa, big 3-bet from Todd here, 800, and he
Come on, big game.
gets HN to fold.
Not a lot of flop 3-bets you get to see.
No. And Todd, I think, a little disappointed. Wanted HN to call him.
I think he liked the fold.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say that, but
yeah.
I'm like, he bags.
We all know that Todd might have been in a little trouble if HN called.
We both stealing, but you have guts. Just a little.
That's how it is with tournaments. Like, you don't ship one for a year.
But again, as we mentioned before, Todd likes to pick spots to be aggressive. That was one of them.
yeah, pretty good spot for it. Hard for HN to have a 9, and given the position, Todd has 4 9s in his range, so he gets to rip it.
$50 from 2. Hold 3. Call 4. Call 6. 50 to go.
2-5 player recently hunted at 175K or 70K.
So it looks like there's going to be 4 players to this flop. Ace, Jack, King 4, King 10, Ace 4.
I'm like, okay, buddy.
Jack, the 5, and a king. So Mr. Bill catches a jack. However, a pair of kings for Todd.
100.
He's been studying up.
They run through that money quick. I mean, and that's if they just stick to tournaments, right? A lot of those are blasting bigger cash games. Like if I go win a WPT, I'm not going to go into the lodge.
Eight of clubs on the turn.
And a Q, 225 from the 2.
Mr. Bill's going to bet 2 and a Q. HN does call. Or excuse me, Todd L actually bet, and then Mr. Bill called. 6 clubs on the river.
300.
Todd's going to bet 300. Does have the check mark.
So imagine somebody's going to look him up, how active he's been, and pretty safe run out.
And it's Mr. Bill that does make the call, HN fold, and Todd's going to get a little bit extra there.
Probably saved a couple hundred for HN. I would imagine he was going to put in the call if Mr. Bill folded.
They would have left the red board.
He was saving me 300.
Definitely a max value for Todd on that hand. Pretty clean run out, easy to get some value from top pair. People will call him down a little bit light given his image. I think he's aware of that, able to go for thin value. So Mr. Bill limped in, HN rather limped from the big blind because Mr. Bill straddled. They went heads up to a flop of 5-4-4, turns an ace. So drastically improving HN, does give Mr. Bill a gut shot now. When HN bets, Mr. Bill does call.
That orange chip, just put it up front so they can see it on, so you can see it over here. Thank you.
And river's queen of diamonds. So HN's definitely got the best hand. Checks it over to Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill's going to try to bluff at it. But unfortunately for him, HN has an ace, so he's going to call. It's a good choice by HN to check on the river there. If he bets, he's getting no value from Mr. Bill. And by checking, it opened the door for a bluff.
Again, we do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. This 2-5 No Limit Hold'em Deep Stack cash game with the $25 Big Blind Ante in play. We'll take this live stream till about 11 o'clock tonight. And again, tomorrow we'll be back at it with some 5-10 No Limit Hold'em action. I believe Mike and I will be back on commentary tomorrow for that. Actually, it's going to be Mike and I all the way through the weekend because we'll have the 5-10 game tomorrow, and then also tomorrow is going to be the final table.
Yeah, all 3 nights, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The 2 of us.
Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. 5 deuce 7 flop. Pair of 5s for HN. Flush draw for Mr. Bill.
Mr. Bill's gonna make it 125.
Mr. Bill does bet with that flush draw. Good semi-bluff spot when it checks over to him. But HN is going to look him up with his pair of 5s. Turn tray of diamonds. HN's definitely not going anywhere now.
Yeah, flush Yeah, they got the wheel draw now for HN, but Mr. Bill does complete his flush on the river.
Yep, HN's going to check it over. Don't think HN's going to call on that particular river card, just because it's such a big face card in case Mr. Bill's bluffing with anything. And Mr. Bill does bet his flush and gets to take it down after HN folds.
300 fold. Or check 300 fold.
Hard for Mr. Bill to get any value out of HN there, given his exact hand.
Aaron, yes, I did. I did get you on those lists for those days that you asked for. Hold on, just double checking. It was July 1st and July 13th, correct?
You're lucky to get that one.
Those are the two I did put you on.
75 from the 8.
Ooh, pocket queens for James. That's going to be a 3-bet coming. 275 to be exact. It's going to get everyone else to fold around, though. No action.
Yeah, pretty frustrating night for James when he's made some lighter moves. Hasn't gone his way, and now that he wakes up with a big hand, nobody has anything worth battling.
Oh, 3/4, fold 6, fold 7. That was for you, Josh. I want you to know that. 55 from the
So after a couple of limps, HN is going to raise up to 35. He's got ace 6.
But then
Now
Hunter.
Hunter, 3-betting king queen suited out of the small blind.
5 to go.
And EZ with a big raise.
Yeah, pretty significant raise for EZ for sure.
And he originally limped under the gun.
3, fold 4, folding.
Got the mystery hand. Another 4-bet. We've definitely seen quite a few 4-bets happening in this live stream. Let's see what Hunter elects to do here. Extra 300 to call. It's a tough hand to fold, but Hunter does lay it down, and EZ takes down a pretty good sized pot pre-flop. Those suited, suited Broadway cards are always pretty cards to look at, so they're always tough to fold.
Yeah, hard to fold, but especially with king queen, really easy to be dominated by somebody's ace king or ace queen.
Yep.
Especially when they put in a 4-bet, usually it's a indicator of a pretty strong hand.
Yep.
Fold 6.
Especially when they're not overly deep stacked either.
60 from the 8. Fold 9.
If Todd makes that move with how deep him and Hunter are, maybe it plays a little bit differently.
And a call from 7. Alright, we are.
Galations asks, what did he have? We'll never know.
You will never know.
Unfortunately, it was a mystery hand.
It will forever stay a mystery.
100.
But my money is on a pretty good hand there.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Easy put in too many light raises, let alone a 4-bet.
Yeah, as I say, that was the first 4-bet he definitely put in for tonight, so definitely. You would think he has a strong hand for sure.
Galatian says aces, ace, king, or kings, potentially. I mean, I think given some of the pre-flop action we have seen, he might be doing it as light as like pocket jacks. Pretty happy to get it in with pocket jacks in that dynamic, but my guess is one of the 3 hands that you named.
King Queen suited for HN raises to 60. So I think we're heads up here. 6, 9, 7. Oh no, Kyle's in the hand. I see him in the hand
And
still.
so is Brenda, yeah. So Brenda's open-ended and Kyle flopped 2 pairs, so. After, I assume HN's going to peel with the 2 overs, backdoor spades. So now Kyle might be pretty forced into having a check raise. Pretty wet board and 2 opponents. Might have been tempted to slow play against just Brenda, but when HN comes in, he's going to start bloating the pot up with bottom 2.
That's a pretty significant raise too from Kyle, 425. That will
yeah, I
get
mean, you
everyone
have to go. You have to go on the bigger side when you have bottom 2 on that wet of a board. A lot of different cards can come to start killing your action. You got multiple opponents, so sizing up to then be able to shove the turn is definitely the right move. See HN limp in with 8-7. Hunter's going to put in the raise over the limper. And EC comes along from his button straddle. He's got queen 10 of clubs. So HN tags along with his 8-7 after the limp. Flops 8 high. 8-5 deuce rainbow. HN checks it. Both players check behind. Now we're going to see HN take the lead on a brick deuce of spades turn. That's 150. And both players let it go.
Again, just a reminder, Day 1C will be taking place tomorrow for our main event of our Summer Swing Series, $600 buy-in. We've already met our 100K guarantee for the prize pool. It's the final chance to get into the final day, which is going to be on Sunday. Of course, we will be live streaming the final table of our main event on Sunday night. Most likely it will be around 8 o'clock at the latest. As always, guys, you can check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to tournaments, promotions, live stream schedule, and much more. A pretty uneventful flop here. A pair of 8s and a deuce. Doesn't hit anybody. He's going to check around. Well, a third 8.
That makes it fun, and now Todd thinks his ace high is good. Allows him to bet at it. Ace high does take it down.
All right, so we did get an update from Johnny. I thought the final number was 155. The final number actually, add on a couple more, 157 for today, for day 1B, for the $600 main event of our Summer Swing Series. Uh-oh. Ace King for James, pocket nines for EZ with the 3-bet. Kyle just calling.
And now Mr. Bill could 4-bet.
Yeah, Ace Queen offsuit. Oh, no, he just elects to call.
So now James could really go big.
Yeah. And
so much dead money in there after 3-bet call.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, he goes big, hoping just to get it in against EZ. Which puts a really interesting decision point on Kyle.
Yep.
Because Kyle's really under-repped here. Only calling the 3-bet with pocket jacks. You don't really put him on a hand that strong. So it's pretty much all. It's pretty much all in or fold.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing.
And it's pretty close. I mean the large 4-bet's a pretty strong play, but like I said, nobody's putting you on a hand as strong as you have either. So
he's also got Mr. Bill behind him too.
Yeah, Mr. Bill did only call the 3-bet.
That's true. Yep.
So Mr. Bill has a pretty good hand in reality, but most of the time he's going to call the 3-bet with a hand worse than yours. So I wouldn't be too concerned about him. You're not trapping. If you're in Mr. Bill's shoes, you're not exactly trapping there, given an open, a 3-bet, and a cold caller of the 3-bet. If you had a real hand, you'd put in the 4-bet yourself.
He's definitely taking his time. He does elect to let it go.
It was a really tough spot for sure. We've seen James 3-bet and play a lot of hands, but he hasn't gotten in large 4-bets. You know, it's nothing would drive you to say, well, this guy's 4-betting a bunch. So it doesn't come off as a very light one.
Oh, Jacob's talking about the hand from last night.
Oh. I don't think Kyle's fold is necessarily bad in any way there, especially given the way it played out. I mean, thinking back on it, easy 3-bet to 125 off of about a 1100 stack. So the large 4-bet from James is pretty much trying to get it in against the 3-better. So his hand has to be strong. He can't be doing it with nothing.
Well, Hunter and Mr. Bill not liking this board at all. All face cards, just about.
Yeah. So Hunter's happily giving up now.
Yeah.
To be fair, it could easily be a chop. You know,
it could have been. Yeah.
3 queens, ace king on the board. Unless the guy has a pocket pair, you get to chop it up.
Mm-hmm. But Mr. Bill's just going to go ahead and take it down.
The most action in the world, and sometimes he just sits there.
It's like he's got multiple personalities.
I honestly think
crazy.
it's just if you want to be honest,
The island people, man, he's got that good shit. I don't know. Where's he from? Trinidad?
yeah. See, what is that for? $10, you, Mr. Bill. He's a straddle.
All right, actions on Mr. Bill. There is a straddle.
Yes, sir. $10 to go.
call. It's just raise 50, 10, 7 folding.
Brenda's going to bump it up to 50. Has to have a pretty strong hand. Queen 5 suited.
Call. 50 to go.
That might have been a little stronger. Todd calls with 4 deuce. And now action back to Mr. Bill, who does call as well. So we're at the flop. These boards are not working out too much for for everybody right now.
Working out for Brenda.
Yeah, Brenda did catch her 5, and then she does raise it.
I got 5. Yes, ma'am, you sure do.
Todd's like, I'm aware. You throw out a bet like that, you have it.
You don't normally put the pre-flop raiser on a 5.
Right.
Easy card for Todd to represent.
Mm-hmm.
So I need a quarter when you get a scope. All right. Hey, thanks. 5 go. 4, 3, 4, 6. Copy. 5 to go. 7. 75 from the 1.
So Brenda limped in, and now Hunter's going to raise it big. He's got Queen Jack suited out of the small blind. He does take it down. Self-proclaimed not going crazy.
All right, guys, 2 hours down here on the live stream. Let's go ahead and show you stats. Kind of recap how things are going. Brenda now up pretty big. Must have missed a hand where she got involved to scoop up a pretty decent sized one. Up 11.05. Todd now up 12.37. Mr. Bill's still up, although it looks like he gave a little bit back there. Right now, HN is the most stuck at the table. And then a quick look at the VPIPs. Yeah, still pretty solid. Mr. Bill leading the way, 52% VPIP. Todd L, 45%. James right now, the lowest VPIP at the table, 25%. But it's been pretty decent action for this 2-5 at the $25 big blind Annie.
Bill, you in?
Yeah, definitely a lot of pre-flop action that we've seen. More so than a usual game.
So it looks like they're going to be doing a double board bomb pop, but I think it's going to be 5 ways. 5 of the players look like they're going to play. HN, Brenda, and Mr. Bill look like they're going to
It's been a while. I think Ronan left for the summer.
be on the bench for this one.
Who else is really going out? Jacob and Kurt went once. I'm trying to get with Josh. Have you played with Josh yet? No, the dealer, Josh.
Mr. Bill, you said
Pretty
you're out
good
for
at
the bump
disco,
out?
right? From what I heard.
Out.
He goes out there? Yeah. It's supposed to be pretty good. That's shocking to me.
5 for the bomb pot.
I
Everyone
don't know. I'm
but
trying to get in with them and go one day. Yeah, I was, you know, when it was like 70 and sunny with a little breeze, I was out there every day, like 20 days in a row. And then it's just like such a small window. Then it's like, yeah. So hot.
yeah, 5 players.
I can 5 plus, yeah?
Yeah, 5 players.
Now, yeah, so 5 players here.
Curious about how many players are.
Looks like Todd has a flush draw on the top. Actually, straight flush draw. And
Yeah,
pair
pretty
of
big
queens
hand
on the
for him.
bottom.
Hunter with a set on the top.
Set of 9s on that top board. 7 on the top, Trey on the bottom. Unfortunately for Kyle, just a pair of kings on the top board. That's really
Yes,
all he has.
Pretty good spot for Todd. Top
Excuse me,
pair
Kyle
on one, now open-ended on the other.
Excuse me, Kyle had 2 pair, my bad. Kings and 8s. But even then, still pretty dominated.
Now, tough spot for Hunter. Pretty wet board up top with your set, and you're probably not in great shape on the bottom board.
He's on call, though. So a jack on the bottom and a 5 on the top. Hunter and Todd are going to be chopping this up. As of the way things look right now, Todd does bet 500.
It doesn't look like a great spot for anybody to go big, try to push anybody off the other half. Really mulling over his options here. He does put in the call.
Yeah, it looks like a call.
Which is now puts Hunter in a really bad spot.
Yeah, it's a really weird spot for Hunter here.
I mean, it's a 4-liner on the board he has a set on. He's got to know his 9s are never good on the bottom board.
But he does make the call. So, yeah,
So
Todd and Hunter are going to be chopping up Kyle's money.
Tough for Kyle.
Yeah.
If he's sitting behind Hunter, when Hunter calls, he can get off of it. But
I really wasn't sure.
I know.
it seemed like nobody was really sure.
Oh, I thought I could be beat that way. Yeah, probably shower ball there. I just thought maybe there was a chance.
All right, well, so the table's back at full strength now after the double board bomb pot.
Put in an order for me. I played a lot of this, and it's really not.
It's a barbecue bacon chicken nap with
What kind of water is
buck straddle.
I didn't like the jack on the bottom. I was like, where's the jack 10?
Straddle on the button, tend to play it. Construct the small one.
For that price, yeah.
Third and final call for Jamie. $50 limit. Ready to do one, Jamie.
And after a couple of limps, James is going to open it up here. Makes it 90 to go. Folds back to Brenda. She's going to put in the call with her queen 10. James has got her dominated with king 10. But that doesn't matter. Flop comes queen high.
Yep. Brenda outflops James here.
She is just going to take the lead and bet out. Looks like James is going to put in the frustration fold. Just the,
Yeah, you can tell that he hated folding that, but really didn't have a choice.
Looked really strong.
Flop really didn't hit any of his hand at all.
And the 6 on the bottom board wasn't club because it could be
No,
6.
just as the made a big pre-flop raise, and those kind of flops are supposed to be pretty good for you to put in a c-bet and take it down, but he doesn't even get a chance to put in the c-bet. She led right out.
Yeah.
On the button instead, I guess.
Keith L and Jason, 1, 2, big O.
That's UH.
Second call for Tony M and Paul L, 1, 2, below.
Hey, that is allowed.
You're gonna give him about 2 more cards.
Huh? Handicap poker, button only gets one card.
I should give the only one card now.
I deserve to have 3 cards.
All right, so right now some limping happening here. Pocket sixes for Kyle. HN calls as well. And there's the raise from James, King 10.
Very deja vu, King 10.
Yeah.
Makes it 90 again over some limps.
Kyle's going to call with his sixes. HN's going to call as well, it appears. So we're going to see HN and Kyle trying to set mine. Todd's in there with queen
Todd
9
keeled.
off. Ten, 8, Jack.
Easy game for Todd.
That's 75.
Todd out flopping everybody. This time though, James is going to go ahead and call with his pair.
Yeah,
of
Todd went
tens.
with a really small size, so James is definitely calling middle pair.
Uh-oh.
It's going to spice it up a little bit.
Todd bets 25, and there's a big raise from James. Essentially a pot size raise.
Yeah, Todd went small again, so.
Oh,
James
no,
gets
but
there.
The board double pairs, so James has the full house, 10s full of 8s.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's going to get called by too much.
You like me tipping you, don't you? You like me tipping you?
Is that 1,000 that James put in? Yep, and Todd is folding it.
Yeah.
Todd hates it. Having a little fun with Trey.
Yeah, hard for James to get paid off on that river. If it's a king, I mean, he definitely makes a pretty penny.
Straddle for 3.
Great flop.
Mr. Bill,
Horrible
you are
river.
one Annie.
For both parties. Because as you mentioned, James is not going to be able to get much more value out of it with a double paired board.
I'm only a jerk on the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, he'll definitely take the board pair so that he gets to win. That's for sure.
Yep.
What?
Thought he had the best hand on the turn. Needed the river to catch up.
Jacob calls me in. Check 3.
So we got a limp pot this time. Nobody ISO'd or made a big raise. Mr. Bill with a double gut shot. Brenda with middle pair. There's 5 of clubs. Yeah, it doesn't really change the draws for anybody. Brenda still with the best hand. She's going to bet this street after everybody checked around flop. And she's going to hold as Mr. Bill does not hit either of the straight draws.
15 to 7. 6.
She put out a little value bet, but he couldn't call.
You did want to go that. You did want to do that. Oh no. Should have the Brooks. We're going to on my big blind and Annie. Thank you. Straddle 78.
That's the opposite of what we've been discussing.
He's cultivating that.
I mean,
Listen, I went for like 20 hours without eating. Now I'm
now you're doing 7,000 calories.
I'm not a keto anymore, man. I was like, Listen, I weighed 265.
65.
Way down to 250.
Kyle's going to go ahead and put in the raise. Queen at 10 off. Pocket deuces for Mr. Bill. He's going to go ahead and call.
We needed the hunter for Dakota.
It's not easy with her either.
Back when Dakota was
Chinese don't believe in keto at all.
Every time I've seen you,
He enlisted in the Air Force and he's in California.
She's like number one.
208.
Looks like HN's putting in a 3-bet.
Yep.
She's no.
I give her a run for her money. My accountant's like, how many people are you
200 from HN.
Ace King suited, yeah.
I like 20.
And he made it 200.
That was exactly what I was going to say.
Kyle and Mr. Bill looks like they're going to
Yeah,
call.
Mr. Bill's definitely going to call closing action, getting the right price to set mine.
Keep running for her. I'm like, how much are you winning up there? And PLO, you're okay with it.
And look at that, Mr. Bill does.
Poor Kyle.
Oh, yeah. Sheesh. 2 pair for Kyle. Mr. Bill with the deuces.
And Kyle with only 900 behind, 600 in the middle. Almost no way it doesn't get all in here.
And HN also has a straight draw. So pretty big flop for all 3 players.
Yeah, Kyle bets 450 on that flop. Can't see HN.
And there is
Mr.
the
Bill
all-in
fast
from Mr.
plays it
Bill.
with the shove. Even if Mr. Bill only called, I don't think HN could continue. Only 3 clean outs to Broadway.
Yep, and he does let it go.
Action is closed.
And Kyle does call. And now,
Kyle fills up.
whoa. Oh my gosh, that's gross. Tens full of queens for Kyle and Mr. Bill. Ugh, that's tough. Deuces full of tens. That is a brutal run out.
Unfortunate for him.
Doesn't matter how much I bet. I guarantee you won't call. That's why my kids are going up and down like
So Kyle with a much-needed double up.
yeah, I had 8 skin and 9.
I mean, that was big for Kyle.
Big blind HN.
That's so unfortunate, though, for Mr. Bill.
Yeah, nothing you can do there. Get it in and try to avoid the 6 outs, or 4 outs.
Like that actor.
You had 1 flush draw, you said?
Oh, we had flush draw.
I had 2.
I had ace, king, and diamond. That's
I know, so you can only make 1 flush. I can make 2. Feel like I'm on board.
Todd opens it up to 50. Got king 10, and Kyle's going to try to continue his heater here. Puts in the call at ace jack.
Deuce tray flop.
HN also came along with ace queen. So Todd put in the small C bet, and Kyle's going to flow with ace high. HN's probably going to come along for so cheap.
So you got the same thing? You got it again?
Yeah, that's all I wanted.
Does, and both HN and Kyle hit that ace on the turn.
But HN does have Kyle out kicked.
Yeah, it does check around though. Imagine HN's going to put in a value bet here after it flopped around on the turn, or checked around on the turn.
And did get Kyle to call. Yep. Todd folded.
Yeah,
Kyle does call.
Kyle's going to have to put in the call.
Yep.
So HN gets a rebate for what he lost with ace king last hand. Plus interest.
You always like the plus interest when it goes your way.
Oh yeah. Never want to pay with interest.
No,
Always
never.
want to
Yeah,
offer
you
interest.
never want to pay the interest, but you'll gladly take the interest.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Mr. Bill is going to have to add back on. It's unfortunate because Mr. Bill was running pretty good, but things have kind of backpedaled for him in the last hour and a half or so.
Yeah, I mean, losing with the set was a pretty big pot. Nothing he could have done there. So we saw Brenda raise it up to 60 with ace-queen off of the button over a couple of limps. Two of those limpers, Kyle and Mr. Bill, come along. 3 ways to a king, queen, 5, 2 club flop. So just a gut shot for Mr. Bill. Kyle was set mining and missed. Brenda did check back the middle pair instead of c-betting to 2 opponents. Now 9 of clubs turn makes the board a little bit scarier. And everybody chose to check again. Looks like Brenda's just going to take it down with her pair of queens. Nobody wanted to take a crazy stab or anything. Mr. Bill did have some showdown value with his 9.
Jack, Stampede, and Joe, 2 for limit. Jack, Stampede, and Joe, 2 for limit.
And once again, guys, do appreciate you all hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching as we are live streaming this 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack cash game with the $25 big blind. Annie, we'll take this live stream till 11 o'clock tonight. Also, a reminder, tomorrow, day 1C of our $600 no limit hold'em tournament. 100K guaranteed in the prize pool. We've already met that guarantee. It's our main event of our summer swing series. Always check out bestbetjacks.com for all the details when it comes to promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, and much more. So HN catches a 10 on this flop. No one else really hit anything else. He's going to go ahead and take this down. We will have a final table coverage of our main event on Sunday. Hopefully that final table, we're thinking we're going to start that live stream around 8 o'clock on Saturday night for the final table. Tournament final tables are always fun to watch. There's so many different things compared to cash games that we typically do bring on a live stream. It's always good to see tournament tables and see what ends up happening.
Yeah, ICM implications are a lot of fun. Pay jumps start getting real. Players have to adjust accordingly.
Mr. Bill has aces again. The second time tonight he's at aces.
Now Brenda call with Jack 9. HN's going to come along with Jack 10 suited.
Todd's going to call. See what he has. Pocket trays. Whoa. Okay. Quad aces for Mr. Bill.
High hand.
Yeah. That'll feel a little better for Mr. Bill.
He does correctly check it back, hoping to let somebody catch up. Got the whole board locked up, so.
Yeah.
He needs somebody to improve. He did put a little value bet in on the turn. Brenda's going to call at the 9. And river 6 doesn't really bring any of the draws in. Now Mr. Bill goes for a big bet. Let's go 500, which is about the size of the pot.
Yeah, unfortunately for Brenda, though, just 2 pair 9s and aces.
Yeah, I mean, all the draws did miss in case Mr. Bill has a king, queen of clubs type hand. Always hard to put somebody on quads, of course.
Oh, yeah, 100%. But she does let
But
it
she
go.
does lay it down.
And Mr. Bill does show the quads.
Well, I'm going to show.
Quad aces with a 9. Yeah, call it in. It's quad jacks with an ace right now.
Yep, quad aces to the 9. That's the new high hand.
And Mr. Bill's going on the board. Good luck
There
to
you
you.
go. And it's
One way to
500
get unstuck.
and it's $500 high hands tonight. So that's a pretty big one.
It's one way to help get off the schneid is to hit a $500 high hand.
Yeah, that helps. That'll definitely help.
Yeah, right now it's quad jacks with an ace. Or quad jacks with an ace.
Call it in. Straddle on the button.
Good luck, Mr. Bill. Get them quad aces to hold.
We had someone, we had someone make quad aces yesterday for our hand as well.
We have a $10 button straddle on this hand. Easy limped, and Kyle's going to raise it up. He's got king queen suited. Makes it 75 to go. Mr. Bill wants to ride the hot hand. Calls the 4 deuce suited. And now Brenda instead wants to ride the pocket aces train. Puts in the 3-bet. Goes pretty large, 375. So Kyle doesn't want to fold, but for such a large price, maybe he will. He does make the discipline lay down, much to his own chagrin. But he'll be happy when he sees that she had aces. So Brenda takes down a nice pot of her own with pocket aces.
Second call for James A, Jason C, TR, and Dustin, 2 feet on limit.
4 minutes away.
It's way over there. Action start with a small blind. Straddle on the button, 10 to play.
That sounds like we got another button straddle. So action's going to start on easy. Yeah, it's really been Todd L taking advantage of the button straddle. I know Hunter's done it a couple times, but Todd's definitely been straddling every opportunity he can.
Yeah, he's definitely been putting some pressure on, especially in position, so if he's going to be doing that, he might as well straddle. This hand we saw Hunter open and Todd defend the straddle. Hunter does flop top pair with his king-queen on a king-6 deuce flop. Now turn 6. Hunter checks it over. Todd decides to stab. Bet 75 with his ace high. Hunter is going to call. River's a 7 of clubs. Hunter checks it. Todd's going to check back, improving to the pair of 7s. I think if it was a brick card, Todd might have gone big, trying to bluff at it. Would imagine, given how dry that board was, Hunter was turning his hand into a check call bluff catcher type hand. Open the door for Todd to keep firing. All right, with the straddle on, we're going to see Mr. Bill limp in with Jack 7. Gets around
There's
to
a
Hunter.
raise
He's
from
going to put in
Hunter
a
now.
raise. Yeah, looks like he makes it 75 with King 8 of hearts. Todd put it in the 3-bet with Ace 6 of spades. Bumped up to 175. Hunter called and then immediately flops 2 pair. King 9-8. Hunter checks it over and Todd bets small. Makes it 100.
And Todd with a backdoor to spades. See what Hunter looks to do. Looks like he's going to raise it up, though. Is it 350?
Yeah, I think pretty mandatory check raise, given how wet the board is. Todd has any hand with connectivity to that board. You can't let him peel for cheap.
Now 8
Filling up
kings.
Hunter on the turn.
Full house for Hunter.
Yeah, that gives him some room to get a little creative. He's not so worried about denying equity anymore as much as extracting some value, and you can try to instigate so that Todd makes a bluff at it. Now that you have a made hand, you have to worry about denying somebody with like a Broadway club combo.
Hunter does bet 700. Todd will fold it.
Yeah, Hunter just going for the max value there. Hoping Todd has an ace-king type hand.
Do want to remind you, don't forget, start making plans for Christmas in July. Starts up on July 12th and will run through July 23rd. We'll have big high hand promotions. So, for example, on July 12th, high hands will be $1,200. And then add on $100 for each day. So, July 13th, $1,300 high hands, so on and so on and so on. Also, we'll be giving away one card player cruise package every day during the Christmas in July promotion, valued at $3,144. Pretty sweet stuff. Again, 12 days of Christmas. Christmas in July, I should say, taking place July 12th through the 23rd. As always, check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details. So Easy has a pair of sixes here. Todd is going to be the one to bet 75. Easy raises it to 150, a min raise. Todd will go ahead and call. On board pairing deuce. Easy's going to go ahead and take it down.
I think Easy took it down before he even finished cutting out the chips.
Yeah. Yeah,
Turbo fold by Todd.
We'll see. Hopefully Mr. Bill's high hand held up. The quad aces. Always felt good. It feels good when you flop quads.
Mr. Bill, you sitting out on the bomb pot, sir? You don't have to do it. Just ask him.
This is why we love Mr. Bill. All right, so it looks like everyone's going to be involved with this bomb pot.
Which flop? I'm not there.
All right, 10-7 deuce on the bottom. Tray 6 tray on the top. Brenda does have a 6 in her hand, as does HN.
I like HN's a lot more, having the diamonds along with it.
Yep. Pretty strong for HN right now.
Hunter's got 10 tray.
Yeah.
So he's got trips on one board and top pair on the other.
Let's see what Kyle has. Aces. Oh, no. That's the worst time to have aces during a bomb pot. And Mr. Bill has 7 deuce.
Second goal for Eli, CR, and RW.
What a
Pretty
weird
dream
bomb
spot
pot this
for
is.
Hunter.
Yeah,
And
Hunter
if
bet
you're Hunter,
300.
and you get it all in against any player, nobody can have you scooped.
Yep.
Third and final goal for CR and RW.
And Mr. Bill going to let go of his 2 pair.
It's a good full by Mr. Bill. Always
Yep.
tempting to get in there with 2 pair, but you're drawing dead on that top board essentially. So
HN's going to call with his flush draw on the bottom. So we're heads up here.
3 ways with Kyle's
Oh, 3
got
ways,
them aces
excuse
still
me.
in
Yeah,
there.
3 ways.
Attention players and dealers, do I need quad 10?
Dreamy 10 of hearts for Hunter now.
Well, on the top board, Kyle now has a flush draw with his ace of clubs.
Yeah, it's just hard for Kyle to withstand a lot of aggression here. And you only somebody's probably easily got a 10, and somebody's probably easily got a tray. I mean,
But yeah, Hunter with trips.
luckily
on
has both. Like, this is definitely a spot you dream about, it being in a bomb pot. There is no hands that can scoop you.
And there is the all-in from Hunter. And Kyle slicking the hair back.
It's about some of the worst turn cards you could see if you're Kyle. Top pair, pairs on 1, flush draw completes on the other, just in case nobody had a tray. He's talking himself into the fact that Hunter might be shoving to just push everybody out because he has 1 board locked up.
Yeah, but Kyle does
call. Because if you had 10-7 here, for example, like, you would probably shove, just trying to take the whole thing down.
All right, and HN. Oh,
Kyle gets there with the
yeah,
flush.
he did chop it. Yeah, because the king of clubs on the top board is going to save him.
Yep. So they do chop it up.
It also, yeah, Hunter also completed his flush on the top board too, on top of having the trip trays. But yeah, chopped pot. Kyle gets a little bit back.
Fortunate there for Kyle to get the flush.
Yeah, that was honestly going to be really the only thing that was going to save him for half the pot, obviously.
It was a flush or an ace. It's the only outs he had.
Pretty good at it, yeah.
I don't do much else. I get my money and draw.
It wasn't a lot.
It's the second time he's got it in and sucked out on the river. That's what he's laughing about. It's like, that's what I do. I get it in bad and I win. It's fine.
Yep. You could tell the way he made the call that put them all in. You could tell he kind of didn't want to do it, but
yeah, you definitely don't feel happy about doing it there.
Yeah,
especially with a player behind.
Felt as though he didn't have a choice. King 7-9. Todd's jacks are very much in the lead here. There's our dude Big Tex in the YouTube chat. What's up, Tex? Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well.
Finally, a Big Tex. I've been waiting to see you jump in. Just want to say thanks for that brisket, buddy. Big Tex dropped off some brisket for the staff the other day.
Oh, hold up.
Got to taste test his stuff.
Oh man, I missed
10 out of 10. Would recommend.
I'm such a big fan of brisket.
It was good.
I'm sad I missed out on that. Glad you got to enjoy it though, Mike.
Fortunately for you, I think he does catering and sells it in case you have any sort of event you need it for. He's the guy.
Okay. Sounds about right. The more I'm learning about Big Tex, the more I'm learning like he just could do it all.
Every time I sit down, they go.
Shout out to Big Tex. He's definitely one of my favorite people. Whenever we have our meetup games or I used to see him in the room in general, always fun to talk to Big Tex.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he can do it all. I mean, he has no idea how to root for a good football team.
Alright, we got 4 of them.
Fair. It looks like Mr. Bill's quads did hold up. I just saw Wes, one of our floor managers, hand him his high hand payment. So quad aces held up for Mr. Bill.
We got 4 of them.
Nice. Congrats to Mr. Bill. Getting a free 500.
Ace does show up on the turn here. Does give EZ a flush draw.
200 from 3, 4, 6.
Yep, and he's going to use that flush draw as a bet. Everybody checked it over to him, looking a little timid. He'll take advantage with the semi-bluff.
And for Hunter, all he had was a pair of 10s with the 4s on the board, so he didn't continue on.
Hard to call on an ace turn against 3 other opponents. Usually somebody's got the ace.
What's the name of your class?
Drawing but not dead. That's
Drawing very thin. Especially against Bill.
Battle in.
It is the fetch. I had a crazy game.
10 to go. 12, 6.
But impossible hands.
title of chapter 1 is there's always back doors.
What's the name of chapter 1?
There's always back doors.
That's 56.
6 out. So, 11, 2.
So we saw Brenda raise it up to 60. Over, I believe, 1 limp. Todd's going to call, Kyle's going to call. So there are 3 ways to a flop. Flops king, queen, 6, 2 diamonds. Brenda chose not to see that with her flush draw. She does drill it on the turn.
Yeah, it does complete on the turn for Brenda. And she does bet 100 here.
Yeah. Both players pretty quickly fold.
Final table money up there.
Wes, Adonis has not been on our live stream in over a year. Reason being, he became a dad. So he had to change his schedule around to, you know, help better benefit his family.
Are we not supposed to be on the live stream if we're a dad? Because I didn't know that.
Well, with his significant other
newborn.
working nights.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he had to take the day shifts to kind of balance things out. Brenda raises it to 500 after Todd threw out a bet of 100, and that does make Todd fold. Says, "Okay, you're good, Miss Brenda. You have the ace." But I think in some of my conversations that I've had with Adonis, there might be a chance he may be coming back, potentially, maybe.
Don't call it a comeback.
Yeah,
he's never left.
We'll see what.
He definitely he still works here. That's for sure.
He does still work here. Yes, definitely.
You can't miss him.
No, no. You definitely know when Adonis is in the room.
And I was like, Nikki, I didn't think
But I know Adonis misses being on the live stream. He's said it quite a few times. See if we can maybe Maybe bring him back during the mystery bounty main event during Card Player Poker Tour. That might be a good time to bring Adonis back. We'll see, though. Don't quote me on it. All right, 4 players at a flop. 4, 9, ace. Does check around. Mr. Bill with the most equity right now. 10 high with a 6 kicker. And just the 10s are going to play. Easy and Mr. Bill are going to chop it up.
10 high.
10 high.
Not often you see 10 high take it down 4 ways.
Even Jacob was scratching his head a little bit there going, huh?
He's like, all right, guys, who's got the real hand? Turn it over.
That was pretty funny. Those hands are always pretty humorous. Like, this is the hand that won, huh? Or these hands, in this case.
Okay.
Sure, okay. On to the next one. Yeah, as day 1B of our main event for our Summer Sing Series, registration is done. 157 entries in today's flight. One final flight will be tomorrow. And then we'll have final table action of our main event on Sunday night. Hoping we'll have that final table up and running around 8 o'clock at night.
Sunday night special.
Mm-hmm.
Was anyway he snapped rebound and ran it up to 450? Did you see that? So that was, yeah, bullet number 4. He ran and he died second in chips.
So did he?
450 is infinite. That's 18 starting stats.
So he packed it.
Yeah, he bagged second in chips.
Dang.
After all that.
I gotta go. Just needed that quick break.
I mean, it was
Luckily for him, there was enough seat on the stream because he was trying to get on the stream instead of buying in.
It's more of a local thing, West. Basically, for those that aren't able to make it to WSOP, it's going on. Just putting on something for everyone that hasn't been able to make it out to Vegas or hasn't made the trip out to Vegas yet. I do know there's a few of our players that's going to be heading out to Vegas either next week or the week after.
Can I get
So pocket 8s for HN is going to raise it to 75. Todd's going to call with Jack 4 suited. Easy's fold. Now Mr. Bill and Brenda are going to stay in it as well. So we got 4 players. 8 king deuce. So a set of 8s for HN has basically flopped everybody dead.
Pretty unfortunate for him that nobody has a king.
And he's going to put out a bet of 200, and that's probably going to get everyone to just fold. As Mike just mentioned, nobody had anything on that flop.
Nobody had a spade draw, nobody had a king.
Like Mr. Bill had a pair of deuces, but that's it.
Go multi-way, and in a raised pot, somebody should have a big king. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to make jokes like that, but I'm really so PC, right? Yesterday, Kelly Joe did some crazy shit. In the tournament, I said it's like a hillbilly chip back. And he got tells it with me for real, and he goes, I don't identify with those kind of people. And then
45 and the 9.
he literally gave me that speech, right? Like, can you believe that?
Pull 1, pull 2, pull 3, pull 4.
He's being
Out of all the
serious,
people
too.
in the world,
I'm like, come on,
pull
man.
6,
Like,
pull 7. One more, 45.
So we're going to have James and HN heads up to a flop. James, the pre-flop raiser with King Jack. The flop comes 10-8-6, so 2 pair for HN.
that's my dad's whole side of the family, man.
James does check it back.
Yeah, being all hearts.
Yeah, turn does fill HN up.
Yep, 6 is full of 10s.
But HN with a monster hand, but just like the last one, fortunately for him, he can't get paid on it.
No, 4 hearts on the board. He is going to fire out a $200 bet, but yeah, James is going to let this one go.
Yeah, I think HN could have fired out a $2 bet, and James is going to let it
he
go.
wasn't going to get anything.
The way that board ran out.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely would have been hard. But, yeah, just tough for HN to get any extra value.
2 of them, he's final tabled almost. He's final tabled.
Big Tex says, I'm the best 2-2 player in the world, and the Cowboys are winning the Super Bowl.
So which one do we want to make fun of first?
Yeah.
A lot of options on the table.
Yes, there is.
Like some submarine looking for the Titanic.
That's not good. Too soon.
Very wishful thinking, but hey.
2 days ago, I'm like, oh, shit.
If you can't talk yourself up, though, I mean, who's going to do it for you, right?
The whole thing sounds really sketchy.
HN, pocket queens.
That song was top secret.
Well, couple big hands in a row for HN.
Yep. Seems like, yeah, raised to 60. Ace Jack suited for James. He's going to call the 60. Todd's in there with pocket trays. Kyle's in there with pocket 6s. Mr. Bill's going to get out of there. So we're going to be 4 players to the flop.
Yeah, 4 ways.
5 ace 10. So James does catch an ace. He's going to check
Checks
around.
it.
Now board pairs. HN does bet 125 here. Let's see what James elects to do here. He's going to go ahead and bump it up to 400, so pot size raise from James.
Something's not right.
They felt nothing. They felt absolutely nothing.
No, I'm sure.
And HN does let go of his queens.
So decent sized pot for James. Taking it down with ace jack there.
James Cameron and asked you want to go to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, and I was like, that's stupid too. It's like, man, you can't see anything down there anyway. It's just crazy. Like that. You have so much money that you just get bored like that, and you start doing stuff that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. The son didn't want to go with the 19-year-old kid. Yeah. And he did it for his dad.
Straddle, 10 to go. 50 from 2.
Todd is going to go ahead and raise it up to 50 with his pocket 7s. Pocket jacks for Kyle.
He does 3-bet it.
It's like 250. Ooh, pocket queens for Mr. Bill.
So I was say, I don't know if Kyle knows how to play with the best hand. So, sure enough, he's going to need to suck out. He was just talking about how he's starting a class on how to suck out, so plays right into him.
And HN just folded queen jack. So we're going to have 3 players at a flop here. King 10 9.
All spades.
All spades.
And an overcard to everybody's pair.
700 from before. It's on the top.
Now, this is a tough spot for Mr. Bill. He did only call pre-flop, so Kyle could have a king. Kyle was the 3-better.
And Mr. Bill's going to go ahead and rip it all in.
He's not scared.
Todd, let's go with the 7s. Oh, man, could this be redemption for Mr. Bill? Because remember, Kyle, well, last time they were heads up all in, Kyle went runner for his better full house.
Yep. Kyle just puts it together. I don't know if I have any outs. Your opponent has a king plus queen of spades or ace of spades. You're basically drawing dead. Kyle's been in some weird spots today.
Yeah, he really has. Been in some super tough spots. And there is a pumpkin there in Kyle's chip stack, so he is about that number. And he does make the call.
Yeah, hoping his spade is live.
6 on the turn. Mr. Bill's going to scoop a big one against Kyle. Tough.
Because I said I don't even know if I have outs, and he said I didn't either. I was like, he has queens with the queen of spades.
Yep, tough spot for Kyle. He kind of was putting on Mr. Bill in that kind of a hand. Unfortunately for him, he was right.
Yeah. Sounds like we're going to get Don E in the game now. As I joke around, every time Don joins our live stream table, female viewership raises about 40% and male viewership raises about 30%. Whenever we get Don E joining the table. Looks like Kyle's going to load back in after a tough one, but what a big hand for Mr. Bill.
And Mr. Bill was kind of getting crushed there for a little bit, and then he hits quads, gets paid for the high hand, wins some big pots.
And then he just
quick turnaround for him.
And then a big pot that he gets from Kyle, which is some redemption, because as I mentioned earlier, last time they were heads up before that hand, Kyle ended up getting a better full house. And I think with that hand, too, Mr. Bill's back up to being in the black, too. So he's had a pretty interesting weekend as far as the live streams go. I want to say, though, he's either still a little stuck for the weekend so far as live streams go, or he's back to being even.
What's up, muscles?
And there we go. We got Don now joining the table.
Hey, you know this is a new one.
All-time winningest Puerto Rican poker player. Right? Is that true? It might be true.
Hunter.
We got to fact check. It might be true, actually.
I don't know where you're trying to go.
It's pretty funny.
Raise.
You know I got to hype you up a little bit.
65, from 6 fold, 7, 8.
So after a limp from Kyle, Mr. Bill is going to raise it up to 65 with his ace-9 of diamonds.
Hey, Brandon. Hey, big time in the people now?
I got you, bro.
Here's my loud music.
James going to 3-bet with the ace-jack suited.
Good to see you guys.
Don's going to put in the hellos to everybody.
175.
Can I get a color down, possibly?
Yeah. right there. You got 65 right there, 110 more.
Literally.
Mr. Bill does call after Kyle does as well. So going 3 ways to a flop. Ace Jack versus Ace 9 versus 6-5. All 3 hands suited in different suits.
9 deuce ace.
Crazy flop for Mr. Bill. His heater continues.
Starting to heat up for Mr. Bill.
A good check back by James there. So now Mr. Bill does lead after the flop checked around. It was a 10 of spades turn. James is going to have to call here after checking back the ace on the flop.
They did.
And Trey of spades river. Pretty sure James is going to have to call just about any size bet Mr. Bill throws out there.
Yeah, he does start out a $500 bet from Mr. Bill.
So you can
And
tell
just as he
James
said,
thought about it, but after checking back the flop, it's even if you don't think you're good, it's a pretty mandatory side call.
I'm not getting it. I don't want the camera to break.
look at Mr. Bill. I know he topped back off, but he's got over 6K in front of him now.
How much time you guys got? Try coming back and take it.
Plus, keep in mind, he
pretty
won a
good,
$500 high hand as well.
Oh.
Oh,
All right, let's take a look at those stats. And as mentioned, yeah, Mr. Bill, pretty solid for him. Up over 2,200 for him. Miss Brenda's up 1,761. Hunter is up 1,535. Kyle, rough night for him and HN. Don just joined the game, so we don't have any stats on him yet. And then look at the VPIPs. Again, it's Mr. Bill, 51%. Todd L at 48%. Lowest VPIP at the table is 25%. That's it's not too bad. It's pretty good.
it's been a pretty active table.
Six players.
I don't think there's a way to track it, but if we could have three bet percentages, this table would be pretty high as well.
Mm-hmm. I see quite a few 4-bets tonight, too.
Bet of 150.
This might be a quick one if nobody else has a king or anything of the like. Yeah. James has got a pair on both boards, but does lay it down.
Don, you missed the bomb pot.
So quick takedown for Todd, flopping trip kings on one board plus gut shot on the other.
It's always funny. Don, not a fan of the bomb pots. So every time he misses one, we joke around with him saying, "Oh, hey, Don, you missed your favorite thing in the world."
Like,
His reasoning for not liking them, though, is valid. He never does well on them.
can understand that.
Yeah.
Been known to get my soul crushed in a bomb pot once or twice. Fortunately.
Action start with small blind. 10 plays, rattle on the button. And we're over here.
So Hunter did straddle the button. Action started on Todd. And then welcome to the table, Don. Here's a pocket pair. He's going to open it up for his first hand. Makes it 80 to go with pocket sevens. James waking up with a monster. Pocket kings. Puts in the 3-bet to 2 1/4. Imagine Don's just going to put in the call. He does. And the flop's 8-4 tray, 2 clubs. So not a very scary board for the pocket sevens. We're going to see James continue. He bets 200. Seems like a spot that Don's going to have to call at least one street. See what James does on the turn. He turns 8 of clubs. It's another pretty safe card for Don. He checks it over to James. James checks it back. The clubs did come in, just in case Don had a club draw. And then a 6 on the river. Pretty bricky card. Don goes with a big bet. That's 1,000. Fortunately for Don, I think James is just at top of range here. It's going to be hard for James to fold after checking back the turn. But it is a really good board for Don to put out a big bet. But James does call. Well played by James. Checking back turn. Knows he has to call a big bet on the river. It's always easy to tell yourself that when you check the turn. And then you're actually facing the big bet. You have to go through with it. He did there. Don had a pretty good candidate for the big bluff. Having the 7 of clubs in his hand blocks a lot of the flush draws. Having 2-7 in his hands blocks some of the 8-7 type holdings. But unfortunately for him, James had one of the bigger pairs and had no club. So that was a nice pot for James. Fortunate for Don to get welcome to the table with a pretty big loss on the first hand. His hand limped around to Todd on his button straddle. He put in a raise to 60 over the 2 limpers. It's like both limpers did put in the call, so they went 3 ways to a flop. Flop was Jack 6-5, checked around, turn 9, giving both Kyle and Mr. Bill a gut shot. And now Mr. Bill's going to bet at it. That's about half pot for 100. And it does take it down. Steve in the chat says the room has a lot of business tonight. Yeah, it's definitely a busy Friday night over there. Like last time I looked, it was about 16 2-2 tables. So. Got a lot of games going tonight, coming off of the main event. Friday night, obviously always a good night to go out and play.
How's the volleyball? How's my what? Volleyball? Oh, very good. Yeah.
Sorry, what?
I haven't played in a week, but I'll be playing tomorrow all weekend.
I call bullshit on everything you say. It's fold 7.
How are volleyball chicks?
Also,
Even better.
also good. Yes.
James now wakes up with pocket aces. He's going to open to 40. Todd with a pretty speculative call, 7-4 offsuit. Assuming he's doing this to play in position and try and take it away.
Well, the other table is cold.
So when we get post-flop, it'll be pretty interesting to see if Todd tries to go something a little crazy. Flop does come 10-9-6 with 2 clubs. James checks the aces. Being very multi-way, it's not a great flop for him. All the opponents can have the strong hands, 10-9, 7-8. Now Kyle improves with trip 9s on that turn. He does lead with those trip 9s. James is going to have to call. Then river comes 7. So any 8 makes a straight. No flushes came in though. And Kyle goes for a bet of 180. Just over a half pot size bet. James is going to flick in the call. He was, by checking the flop, he did under rep, similar to how he has played some hands earlier. like we saw just a few hands ago with the pocket kings. Take the line of under-repping your hand, you tend to have to call down. Didn't work out this time. Has worked out a couple other times for him. That was max value for Kyle. Usually it's pretty hard to get paid by your trips when there's 4-0 straight on the board, but he got paid off there. Got an under-the-gun straddle this hand.
Once again, players, we're opening a new 2-5 building at Hold'em. The 2-5 building Hold'em game on table 24 for KL, Raymond, TR, TF, and G.
And after a couple of folds, Todd opens it up to 50 with his 4 tray of spades. Don's going to get in there and call 5-4 clubs. Now Kyle looks down at pocket kings. He puts in the 3-bet. Does make it 275 to go. Todd's going to call with the 4 tray. Donnie might come along as well. He's getting a pretty decent price after Todd called. Has one of those hands that can, you know, really put a hurt on a hand like pocket kings. Flop comes ace-9-6, 2 diamonds. So kind of whiffs Todd and Don. Kyle, while nervous about the ace, probably put in a small continuation bet here. Something small. It's a range bet. And before we even find out how much it is, both players folded. So Kyle is going to take it down with his pocket kings there, even with an ace on the board. Never fun seeing an ace come out when you have kings.
More beer.
Straddle on the button in the 6.
I can't even figure being a six-pack.
Mr. Bill puts in the straddle and yells for more beer. Everybody folds around a Todd. He's going to open up to 50 again. And everybody behind folds real fast. Oof. Todd actually had pocket aces that hand. We've seen him open to 50 so many times. You expect to get some action when you wake up with a real hand. And fortunately for him, nobody had anything. Just the last hand, we saw Todd open to 50 and get 3-bet.
There you go. I don't drink around petty cards, so I'll have a beer with you. Wow, that's an honor. You want to drink?
Todd's going to open up to 50. 3rd time in a row. Makes it 50 to go with ace-8 of clubs. Now Don wakes up with pocket kings right behind him. Funny that Todd opened to 50, 3 straight hands, and the only time he had aces, nobody had a hand, but the 2 other times somebody had pocket kings. Bot variance is real for him tonight. Todd does call the 3-bet from Don. They go heads up to a flop. Flop does come 8 high. Could be a little dangerous for Todd to navigate, as it's 8-5 deuce rainbow. So it's top for Todd, over pair for Don. Don does put out a c-bet of 325. A little bit on the larger side. Turn 5 of clubs. Pretty safe card for both players. I think both options of check or better on the table for Don here. If he checks back and makes it look like a hand like ace-jack or ace-queen, that 3-bet and c-bet kind of whiffed. Instead, he's going to go with the second barrel. That's 900. Todd is going to call his top pair. Todd rips it on the clean river. Don's obviously going to put in the call, and big pot for Don. Don has a little bit more chips than what the graphic was showing of 800 because he added on, I think, 2 pumpkins after he lost the big pot to James. Maybe it was only 1 pumpkin. Pretty close to chip stacks. So rough spot for Todd there. Having top pair, stay top pair the whole way on that run out. It's also probably has some history with Don. If anybody has watched Don play, he's obviously capable of double barreling a non-made hand. So assuming Todd knows that, he had to call down. So big pot for Don.
Straddle into.
All right, so Todd's going to reload. Looks like he adds another 2,500 or 3K. He does put the straddle on under the gun. Action will start on Don. He's going to open it up here. Makes it 75 to go. He's got King Queen. First to act after the straddle. We see quick folds around to Todd. He's going to defend that straddle. Puts in the call. Does have pocket eights. And the flop is ace 9-6. Rainbow flop. Todd checks. See Don continuation bet. He does go 175, right about pot size. It's getting pretty similar to the last hand. Todd calls. And now turn 10 gives each player a different gut shot straight draw. So Don is just going to check it back. River ace of diamonds doesn't really change anything for anybody. And river goes check check. Todd's going to take it down with the pocket eights.
Big blind top.
And Don's going to open it up again. First act, he's got King Jack offsuit under the gun. Makes it 60 to go. Holds around to Brenda. She's going to put in the call. Puts only the call. Doesn't go for the 3-bet with her ace queen of clubs. And now HN called, and it's on James with pocket jacks. He'll definitely take the 3-bet opportunity here. Hard not to after all those callers. So James made it 300 off of his button with pocket jacks. Interesting spot for Don. He's going to have to play this hand out of position, potentially multi-way. Does decide to lay it down. Pretty sure we're not going to see Brenda fold with a hand this strong. I guess I could be wrong, huh? Should all the mannerisms of somebody who wants to fold. A little surprised to see her fold ace-queen suited there. Pretty strong hand with how light everybody's been raising in this game. So a nice takedown for James. Doesn't even have to fade a flop. For anybody just tuning in, this is a 2-5 with a $25 big blind ante. Game's being played here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Appreciate everybody joining in on a Friday night. James opened it up to 40 with his ace-jack, and looks like Hunter puts in a 3-bet. Goes 125, pocket eights on the button, gets to play the hand in position against James. James put in the call after everybody else folded. See a flop, a 9-6 deuce, 2 spades. James has no spades, just 2 red overcards. He checks it over to Hunter, continuation bets. Looked like about 125, half pot. James puts in the fold, and we're on to the next hand. This hand, Todd's going to put the button straddle on. It's going to be $10 to go. Action will start on the small blind. Again, this is a 2-5 with a $25 big blind ante. So there's 25 dead in the middle. Every hand really opens up the pre-flop action. Really incentivizes to try to steal some pots. After a couple of limps, James opens up to 90 with ace-5 suited. Todd defends the straddle with 10-7 of hearts. And it is going to be those 2 heads up to a flop. Flop comes queen, 8-7. Rainbow board, 1 heart and 1 spade for each player. James puts in a small c-bet, and Todd's going to call it bottom pair. And backdoor hearts. Turn does come queen of hearts. James is going to keep betting, though. Makes it 175, right around half pot. Todd's definitely going nowhere now that he's got a flush draw to go with his pair. River's a deuce of diamonds. Real brick river card.
7.
James just checks it. Doesn't want a triple barrel, and Todd happily checks back with a pair of 7s. Queens and 7s are good enough to take it down.
What's the stream tomorrow?
5:10.
Can I get on the list? Can you guys put me on the list?
No, you can only get on the list 24 hours.
Boy. I got
So we might have Don on stream tomorrow. Looks like he's getting on the list for the 5:10.
Can you put me on the list for tomorrow? I mean, I don't have to obviously be in the starting line. Is it really 5:10?
So for anybody else unaware, the 5:10 game will be on tomorrow night's stream. Start up at 4 p.m. The 5:10 stream game is uncapped, so sometimes it gets to be a pretty deep game.
Make this
Will be myself and Country again tomorrow as your commentators, should you choose to join in.
205 and 4. Keep the lights on. This has been a great game.
Sounds like we'll see a lot of these familiar faces tomorrow night.
I have a couple of volleyball games in the afternoon, but if it's not really.
So it's Todd and Kyle heads up to a flop. I believe Todd opened and Kyle 3-bet. King, Jack, Trey, all spades flop. Players go check, check. Turns a board pairing Jack of clubs. Goes check, check again. And River Queen, she's going to go check, check.
Oh, I know. That's my point.
Kyle gets to take it down with his pocket eights. Not a great board for eights. Pretty happy to take that down.
Signed up, and then as soon as I signed up, I was like, oh shit, I forgot that I was going to try to play a 230 volleyball game.
$50, $35, what? $100? What?
To sign up?
For what?
No. I said signed up for this game. Just as soon as the words left my mouth, I was like, oh fuck, I committed to. It's a co-ed practice game tomorrow.
10 to play.
No money, don't worry. No money involved. There comes a point in every young man's life when he has to choose this game or choose something else. I didn't choose the war. The game chose you. If I go deep in the main this year, I'm going to say some crazy things. Oh, please do. And then introduce them and say some wild shit.
It looks like a little interesting hand brewing here. Don raised it up to 50 with his 10-7 suited. Kyle calls with Queen Jack. King at 10-4. So Kyle open-ended.
Like one of them standing up. 175.
Pair of 10s for Don, as well as HN. Backdoor hearts for both, for Brenda. Oh, never mind. She's not in the hand anymore, so she's folded. Ooh, flush draw is out there for Don.
Yeah, opens door for him to just keep barreling. He was the pre-flop raiser. Everybody else just called.
If Miss Brenda was still in his hand too, I think she would have the flush draw here too, right?
Yeah, she
had the
folded
queen
queen
high.
5.
Yeah.
And she can't really call any sort of flop
Right.
bet
Yeah.
hand.
Now
It's
Don
one
is
of
going
those
to
hands
fire.
for Don where he could easily have just checked this turn, but given the action, and it's pretty mandatory, he's going to keep going after it. For that size, it's going to be tough for Kyle to continue.
He does bet 650.
Yeah, really tough spot for Kyle. Seen a couple of these for Kyle tonight. The really intriguing spots he's been getting himself in, or found himself in rather.
Yeah, it's been definitely a rough one for him. He's stuck a little bit too.
Yeah. If you're putting Don on a pair of kings type hand, then you think you have 6 clean outs rather than just 4, because you're not worried about the heart since the king is a heart.
Wow, and Kyle actually raises it. 1,800.
Did not see that coming. So that makes it real interesting back to Don. Don's almost getting the right play, pretty much getting the right price to call for his flush draw, even if he assumes that his 10 is no good.
Don just joined the table too a little bit ago.
Yeah, he's had a pretty crazy start to the game.
Yep, and now an all-in from Don.
Yeah, he's using his hand in a really creative way here. There's no scenario where he can't have really good equity against his opponent either. I mean, even if Kyle has pocket 4s for a flop set, you have the flush draw. If Kyle has a big king, then you have pair plus flush draw. The only other thing that Kyle may have raised here with ace jack of hearts. Then you have a pair that's ahead.
All right, so Kyle does call.
The ace of hearts on the river.
Oh, that hurts.
He's like, see, you're not supposed to have a flush draw.
Oh, man. Kyle completed Broadway, but it completed the flush for Don.
Yeah, always tough to see yourself hit one of the cards that might give you your draw, but still lose the pot.
Oh. Wow, Don just joined the table.
You missed,
and he's got
Don
almost
lost.
10K in front of him.
Well, he lost a really big pot early, had a top back off, and then
Gotcha.
then he doubled through Todd. So it's kind of been Don's been in the action.
Yeah.
a lot of hands fast and early. Yeah, brutal spot for Kyle there.
Ugh.
I think the only consolation he has, I think that he said it there to Don before he left, was at least if he only called that turn bet and the river comes the ace of hearts and Don jams into him, he has to call anyway.
Yeah.
So I think he has kind of his, at least I was destined to lose that hand. Not that that's any consolation. But oof.
Well, now Hunter has pocket queens. Don is going to call with ace king offsuit.
Yeah, Don with a sneaky only call here. I think he's trying to trap Hunter's opening range of like ace jack, ace 10.
I didn't know he was that big of a suck out. Yeah, exactly.
Well, now Don has
call.
a...
So if a queen comes out, it's going to be fireworks.
Yeah. I don't think that was a queen on the turn. Yeah, just a board pairing tray. So 2 pair for Hunter.
Probably allows Hunter to keep betting small. But instead he goes to full pot.
I think your statement, though, as you said, if a queen comes out, it'll be fireworks. It still stands.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if Don's going to call a pot-sized bet here.
No.
Be tough on this board for Hunter to not have some sort of equity.
Yep, Don will let it go.
So pretty small pot for pocket queens versus ace king. Somehow it's zigzagging a little bit. We see a huge pot with 10-7 versus queen jack and a tiny one with ace king versus queens.
Yeah. Well, as you said, Don has been involved in the 30 minutes he's been on this table.
Oh, yeah.
Had to top back off, but now he's up quite a bit. In fact, show you the stats real quick. Is we do have an hour and a half remaining on the live stream. Yeah, Don up 5K. Kind of wild. Mr. Bill up 2K, or 2,100. Hunter's up 1,600. Brenda's up 1,500. James relatively even. HN and wow, Todd L down 3K. Yikes. And then a quick look at the V-Pips. Donnie, yeah, 53% V-Pip. Todd L, 50%. Mr. Bill, 47. Pretty solid V-Pips for this night for this 2-5 no home D-stack cash game with the $25 big blind ante. By the way, quick tournament update, as it looks like we're doing a double board bomb pot. King 6 tray on the bottom board, 5 queen 9 on the top. I'll give you that tournament update in just a minute after this bomb pot. Let's see. Looks like Don has the most equity. He has the straight on the top board, and he's still open-ended for the bottom board. HN has the ace of diamonds. Top board. So flush draw for him. Hunter has a pair of 9s on both boards. gonna go ahead and let it go. Todd will let go as well. So Don's gonna go ahead and take it down.
I didn't get one through. You think I'm gonna bet on a fucking bomb pod when I don't have it?
Yeah, back to the tournament update, guys. We just went out there. There are 27 players remaining in Day 1B. We are playing down to 20 players. 20 players will remain, and those 20 players will be in the money for the final day. That will be on Sunday. So we are playing down to the final 20. 27 players do remain, and once we do hit that number, that's when we will stop Day 1B, and 20 more players will advance. That means 32 players in total will be in for the final day up until now. Obviously, Day 1C being tomorrow, with cards being in the air at noon. That'll be the final opportunity for players to try to get into the final day of our main event. $600 buy-in, $100,000 guaranteed in the prize pool. That $100K guarantee has already been met. So it's been good stuff.
You got it through twice.
So one of those players that bagged yesterday is Hunter, right there in the one seat.
Yeah, Hunter is going to be in the final day action. Kelly Joe is also in the final day action. Trying to remember who else that were some notables. Notable names that people will see.
So we could be in for a pretty fun watch of the final table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely will be a good time for sure.
Straddle, 10 to go.
Yeah, let's got the straddle on, 10 to go.
Remember when we ordered those Nancy drinks?
All 6. Remember when you played a bomb pot?
Brenda limped in with King 8, and now HN's going to isolate raise the button from the button, Ace 4. Hunter wakes up with pocket 9s. Puts in the 3-bet. 300 to go from the big blind. So now HN debating between folding and calling. He does fold. Hunter gets to take it down.
I'm going slow.
5 to go.
Don slowly puts in the fold. Now BJ is going to open it up to 30 with King 10 of spades.
30 to go.
First hand at the table for BJ. The welcoming gift is 3 different callers. Flop comes Ace Jack 7. So middle pair for Brenda, and she's going to bet with it. Todd's going to call with bottom pair. And everybody else gets out of the way, so it's just those two heads up. Queen of Diamond's turn. Brings the front door flush in. Neither player has a diamond. And she's going to go check, check again. Both players shut down their pair, and Brenda's bigger, so she's going to take down the pot.
Go back and visit family or just
Friends and played a little bit at parks too.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe the parks.
Friends?
Yeah, I don't believe the parks. I'm shot on the one. Gotta bring entertainment to the stream.
Alright, I visited one friend.
Button strap. I have one friend to go.
all this crown on ground violence.
Fall 6. Fall in the 7th. Fall.
This is how we
We're
celebrate.
gonna show some love.
This is how we celebrate each other.
So we did have a button straddle on this hand.
So 8 bucks from.
And after Brenda limps in, James is going to raise it up to 80. He's got ace, 4 of clubs. And she's going to put in the fold, and James is going to take it down. Uncontested pot for him.
What's up, James? Still in there, Rebecca? Yeah. Hanging on?
What is this tournament?
$600 event. Okay.
Which series is here?
Just in-house.
Starting question guarantee, and I still have one more fight.
You got a bunch
How much of that did you contribute?
Damn. What is that? Time to go.
Only 2 pieces? Alright.
I wasn't on fire again, but when I took 100 to war, man.
I like it. That's how every great gambling story starts.
That's pretty funny.
10 to go. 75.
It's going to be Hunter versus Todd. Mano y mano. 6-5 tray flop, so Todd does flop open-ended with his queen 4. He's defended from the straddle after Hunter opened. Hunter bets 175. Pot size bet, and Todd's going to call. Turns a board pairing tray. There you go, check, check. The river is a tray again. Tray vu. Goes check, check. Hunter's ace high is going to take it down.
That's kind of a gross run out. Tray. Yuck.
You want a beer? You want to order a beer? What kind of beer?
About hour, 15 minutes left in the live stream today, guys. Do appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Do appreciate you guys watching. Again, in case you missed it, day 1B of our $600 main event, 100K guarantee in the prize pool. That guarantee was met today. 157 total entries for day 1B. And we are playing it down now to the final 20. 20 players will advance to the final day, and all 20 of those players will be in the money. Last time I was out there was 27 players remaining before they took their next 15-minute break, which is happening right now.
Newark, Terminal A, all the stalls, men's stalls, are big murals of the ocean and beach.
6 ace 7 flop. Just gonna check around.
Did it remind you of your bathroom at home?
8 on the turn. Mr. Bill now gets a few more outs with the flush draw. Unfortunately, does not get there. The straight does complete for HN though.
I mean, they did recent renovations in Newark, in Terminal A specifically. So it's kind of cool.
HN trying to squeeze some value out with a small bet, but Mr. Bill's got to fold his king high.
And see a mural of the beach.
Did you find it a more appealing experience?
Did it remind you of your mural at home?
It did. Actually, that's what I thought at first. I was like, see, it's not so fucking crazy that I have a mural at home in my bathroom. Of sharks. Huh? No, actually,
Nancy's back. We got a straddle. Let's straddle.
Are you on Twitter?
yeah, I have a Twitter account, but
All of us on there right now
drama.
is
I don't like that.
is women taking videos of dudes in the men's bathroom at the WS or the women's bathroom at the WSOP because it's like there's no room to
Oh, really?
the men's, so they're just like sneaking over there. And these women are like outing them and they're posting it on Twitter.
This is why. It's a fucking mess. This is why it's a good choice that I go there. I knew there'd be a mess out there.
It is every year.
Interesting.
Now you know, country, don't use the women's restroom.
Yeah. If I didn't know already,
I knew you were thinking about it.
That's funny.
You're just going for me. I go in, I go out. Valley smart.
So Hunter does flop the double gutter. Does get out of the way though, since there's no spades.
Not getting sucked into
I actually was slated to do a whole like end of June and July Vegas, but I just more and more as it closer it got, the more stories and what I see online about everybody waiting for tickets and seats and fucking. I just
Check. Flip shoulder got 8.
everywhere else.
You're smart. You're smart. You're one of the two.
HN's ace is going to take it down. Todd picked up chips like he was going to fire out on that river and decided to check it back instead.
Brendan, give me my small blind, HN, big blind, and Ante.
I may go down to South Florida.
That's different though. That's a couple hour drive. Excellent bathroom.
I don't know about the murals, but they do have some murals.
Different murals. You want a mural for
Mike Benedito in the chat. Thanks for live stream. No problem, buddy. Appreciate you tuning in. You ask who the villain is. I'm not really sure who the villain would be in this table. It's a pretty friendly group.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a villain at this table.
You could just pick somebody at random to root against, I guess. Somebody that reminds you of somebody you don't like. I don't know.
He's got all sharks in his bathroom.
But
So like he can
as they're hanging out, it's a pretty good group.
Wow, flush draws for both Brenda and James.
Yeah,
And Brenda
top
also
pair
for
for
pair of
Brenda and
tens.
the overcards for James.
He's gonna change them to the Orcas.
Trey on the turn.
Doesn't change much. You can see James probably fire again. James was the pre-flop raiser, did bet flop. That's a pretty good board for him to just keep firing on.
Brenda's
going
gonna
to
call.
call.
Oh, and the queen comes on the river.
Yeah, Queen of Hearts river is going to give James the best hand. He went from bluffing to possibly value betting.
Does complete hearts on the board too. Is that 235 from James?
Yeah. Probably decides that she might pay it off.
Yeah, she lets it
She
go.
does lay it down. Good fold by Brenda.
That's actually pretty sick. And there's turtles on the other side. There's now a reef under here.
Yeah, the other thing as well, a lot of these players that's on the table, they all play other games in the room too. So I'm sure they've been on quite a few tables. We've seen Don and Hunter play countless times on the live stream, especially being on the same table.
And like, I want your bathroom to be at like home charge. Custom bathroom murals.
Todd is someone that's kind of new to the room, but he's been playing all the big games, especially PLO.
He looks like a
5-5-5-10
guy
PLO.
he looks like a guy that could be the villain, but he's too nice.
He could.
to be
He's
a
got the
villain.
villain look to him.
But like he's been extremely nice and pleasant to everybody,
Yeah.
even when he got stacked. So
Mm-hmm.
literally, Don stacked him, and after Todd reloaded and sat back down, he goes, "Hi, I'm Todd, by the way." Like just, it's like okay.
Pleasantries exchange now.
Alright, we heads up.
So I guess on tomorrow night's stream, you need to invite a villain, somebody we can all root against.
Does check around. Checks around again.
I mean, both players kind of happy with the showdown value of their hand.
Yep.
Todd with a strong ace high and Mr. Bill at bottom pair. Neither player super incentivized to bluff at it.
We talked about
So there's
Don.
There's Mr. Bill just taking it down with pair of trays.
Yeah. And we talked about Don. You know, he just joined the table, starting to have a good night for him. Mr. Bill, it's been an up-down for him, but he's had a pretty good night where he's profiting, and he also got that high hand earlier with the quad aces.
Yeah, definitely an eventful night for Mr. Bill.
Eventful weekend, really. And I think we'll see him again tomorrow on the 510 No Limit Hold'em Streets tomorrow.
So I saw not too long ago about half the table asking to be on the list for tomorrow night's game. So
yeah, that was part of the reason why I was delayed in coming back in, because I had to take care of that too and get them on the list and all that fun stuff.
So Sam, we saw a raise from Don with the Queen Jack. BJ only call with Ace King. Mr. Bill set mining with his pocket trays.
Flop for James as him open-ended.
Well, James folded pre-flop though.
Oh, he did. Okay, he's out of there.
He's physically away. Oh, he was physically away from his seat for a minute too.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So he's not in this hand.
Yeah, pretty uneventful run out. All the players are just going to check it down, and Mr. Bill's trays are going to be good in that scenario. I guess that entire time we missed that Todd also called pre-flop.
Yeah.
Just caught up to it at the end. So Todd actually took it down with the best.
Yeah, Todd
6.
did end up getting that one.
But it was checked down because nobody had anything they were proud of.
Right.
Hey Nancy, did you ever get that coffee, love?
Yeah, action tracker was a little off there, but it's all right. We still got through it.
Nancy, did you ever get that coffee by chance? Yeah. No problem. Thank you so much. Just black coffee. Thank you. I think that's fair.
It's black, right?
Just black coffee, please. They have paid for him.
Oh, fine. I didn't.
Action unit. 5 to go. Full chance. I give him $30 for my Is it good? We will drink. Very good. What about strong in the 9? Is it good?
James opens the button for 40 and steals the blinds and the $25 big blind ante. Takes it down while the rest of the table celebrates that they got Mr. Bill drinking a beer. Just in case anybody's just joining in somewhat recently, this is a 2-5 no-limit game with a $25 big blind ante. So in addition to being 2-5 no-limit, the big blind also has to put a quarter in the middle dead. Really incentivize some pre-flop raising.
6, 7, 5 to go. $30 from me.
Jen's going to raise it up to 30 here. He's got Queen 6 of diamonds. James looking down at Jack 9 of hearts. And he puts in the 3-bet. He's going to make it 90 to go. Todd's going to call out of the small blind with ace tray suited. And it gets back around to HN. 60 more to call. Getting 4 to 1. He's going to call as well. So these 3 guys are going to the flop. All 3 players with a suited hand. And the flop comes Jack 5-5, 2 diamonds. So HN does have the diamond flush draw. James flops top pair, and he was the pre-flop 3-better. So checks over to James, who does continuation bet. Only bets 100 into 300. Looks like Todd put in the call of ace high, possibly to float. But when it gets back to HN, he check raises to 300 with his flush draw. That forces Todd to get out of there. James did call with his top pair. Turn comes ace of diamonds, so HN has the flush. Pretty scary card for James, both being an ace and, you know, a diamond to complete the front door flush. HN bets 500 half pot. Can't see James continuing. And he does lay it down. Tough for HN to get paid off on that exact diamond coming on the turn. If it was a lower diamond, I mean, James might have to call one more street.
You have a straddle on the 2-3?
They've definitely seen some interesting runouts tonight with some of these hands. Of course, the one with Kyle and Mr. Bill earlier where Mr. Bill had Kyle dominated, but runner for a better full house that Kyle took down. And then the hand with Kyle and Don being heads up where Kyle completed his straight, however, it gave Don his flush.
Yeah, really toying with his emotions. Not very nice.
Yeah, it was a rough night for Kyle. But he's a grinder. I've seen him plenty of times in the room. He'll bounce back and get it back going again. Just got to keep him away from one card. That's the only thing.
Everybody's got their weakness.
That's true. And it seems like one card is the big one with some. All right, so we got a best bet heads up. 5 players at a flop. We haven't had this tonight, I think.
All right, we got 5.
Pair of 7s and a king.
Yeah, 2 players with a king. Checks around to James, and he's going to fire at it with just ace high into the 4 opponents. Todd's going to call with his king. BJ is going to lay down his 10s. And HN is going to put in the call with his king as well. His king's got the better kicker. A lot of cards could cause a chop between HN and Todd, though. One of them.
Oh,
Unfortunate for BJ that he folded his 10s, I guess.
Yeah.
Good fold at the time.
Yeah, it's tough because that would have gave him the boat, but
it does give a straight draw to James. He's going to continue firing at it. That's 600 here. James does have the ace of clubs, so he's blocking a lot of the flush draws that the opponents could have, given the fact they called pre-flop. Todd's going to lay down his king. Yeah, it's been a very strong line that James has taken. He fired on it was 5 ways to the flop, and he fired out. That alone is a pretty strong action. Now firing a second barrel on this turn into 2 opponents is a pretty strong action. Hard not to put him on a big hand. HN does fold. So aggression gets it done for James.
I don't think we've seen too much of that from him tonight, but yeah, it works out for him there.
He's been pretty active, I would say, in terms of like 3-bets. He hasn't had to show down any sort of big-barreled hands like that.
Yeah.
But it's always nice when, if you're trying to pull a bluff in a spot like that, it's nice to have a pretty key card that blocks the draws your opponents could call with. So having the ace of clubs is a really good candidate to go for it there. You know, it was a big pre-flop raise to 90, so the club-type holdings your opponents could have would mostly contain an ace. Obviously, the king was on the board. So if it's hard for them to call down because they can't have any of the strong drawing-type hands, helps benefit the bluff.
All right, got 3 players to the flop here. 8-7 offsuit, Queen Jack, Ace-10 off.
And Todd was the original pre-flop raiser with the Queen Jack.
A pair of queens for Todd. Don has straight draw.
And 2 diamonds on the board. Nobody has any diamonds.
I didn't remember what I had.
Trey on the turn.
I do remember that.
Pretty small size by Todd. Might tempt Don into calling. Does. River King of Hearts pairing the board. Todd gets to squeak out a little bit of value on the river there with his 2-pair.
I think our tournament now is hand-to-hand. We'll get an update from Johnny soon as well for day 1B. Again, 157 entries for today. Playing down to the final 20 that will advance to the final day, and that will be in the money. Main event of our Summer Swing Series, $600 buy-in, $100K guaranteed in the prize pool. Already met that guarantee today, so could potentially maybe double our guarantee.
Todd opens it up with 8-5 suited. Now Don looks down at ace king immediately after. Putting in the 3-bet. Makes it 225.
Yeah. Pretty big 3-bet. But Todd does call it with his suited diamonds.
Cleared out all the other players. You get to go heads up against one opponent.
Todd does hit an 8 on the flop.
And Don does check it back.
Board pairs.
Yeah, which makes Todd feel a little bit better about his 8. Board pairing jack's a pretty good card to see when you got an 8 here. You already didn't really put Don on a jack since he checked back the flop.
Does go check, and yep, Todd's going to show the 8.
Yeah, it's going to take it down. Queen is a card that maybe Don could have used a bluff.
All right, guys, so we are entering our final hour of the live stream. Let's go ahead and show you stats. That's the way things look. Hunter is up 1897. Don, though, your big winner right now, and he just joined the table about an hour ago. Up 4633. Mr. Bill is up 2K. Brenda's up 1344. James is up 900. Todd L, though, the most stuck at the table for tonight in our 2-5-25 big blind ante cash game. And there's a look at the VPIPs. Yeah, lowest VPIP 27%. It's been a pretty solid table. A lot of 3-bets, a lot of 4-bets that we've seen on this table tonight. It's been pretty fun.
All but 6.
So it looks like we got a double board bomb pot here. Miss Brenda is going to sit out of this one.
Two pretty different boards. 997 with 2 hearts and 4-4 deuce with 2 diamonds.
And the opposite card for each of those is opposite as well. 9 of clubs on the top, 4 of spades on the bottom.
Yeah. Todd does have a 9. He bets 150 with it. It's queen
so trip
9.
9s for him on that top board, and
that's
looks like no one else had anything.
Yeah, nobody else had anything else in that hand, so he's going to take it down. Might be the quickest bomb pot we've seen tonight.
That was.
It went
Especially double board bomb pot. Yeah, that was almost record time.
Nobody even had a hand worth thinking about. No flush draws, no straight draws, or nothing.
So, Mike, I know we've been talking about what's been going on with Best Bet Jacks with all the things we got going on. Anything happening in Orange Park that you wanted to share?
In terms of July, we're doing a one-day GoPo on July 9th.
All right.
Sneaking a nice little tournament in right before the 12 Days of Christmas start over there. After that, obviously, the 3 shared days to end those 12 Days of Christmas. And later July. And then we have that shared promo day this Monday.
Yep. Yeah, $1,000 high hands every 30 minutes on Monday. That's shared between all 3 locations.
Yeah, 12 to 12, so it's an all-day affair. So we see a 3-bet pot going 3 ways on this hand. HN got a 3-bet in with ace-king. Him and BJ both flop an ace. So it's going to check around. HN, as the 3-better, decided to check an ace-high flop. Sneaky, sneaky.
Now he does check it again.
Very sneaky. Hard for BJ not to bet now, thinking his hand is good. Not a lot of times you see a 3-better check an ace-high flop twice, having a big ace like this.
And BJ does fire in 255. A little over half pot size for that bet.
I would imagine HN's going to call.
He will lay down to call.
Obviously, fold wasn't one of the options. It was just a matter of whether you want to check raise or not. But
King will play. HN checks it again.
Pretty sneaky check. And now BJ is probably going to bet for thin value. You'd almost read HN for a hand like pocket kings here.
Yeah, basically a third of the pot, and then actually no, wait, did
he called?
Okay, yeah, I see it now.
It was a verbalized call.
Verbalized call, yeah. So that's why I tried to throw that out. I was like, wait a minute, did I miss something? But no, this is verbalized the call, and HN played that well. Sneakily trapped BJ, got as much value as he could out of that. Solid stuff.
Yeah, if I'm BJ and he calls my river, I'm pretty happy to show my hand.
And then you realize your 10 kicker's no good, and you're like, oh.
Yeah. I mean, I hate it, but just as played, you think you're getting max value.
Yeah,
for your hands.
you're thinking you're in real good shape.
This hand, BJ is going to open up a 35, immediately get called by both players behind him. And now HN with ace-king again. So back-to-back 3-bets with ace-king from HN out of the blinds. Does make it 175 to go. Folds back around to Brenda. She does have king-jack of spades on the button here. She does decide to call and come along. It's just going to be the 2 of them. King high flop comes out. It's a really good situation for HN. Just like last hand, we see him check it. And when Brenda bets, he puts in the check raise, goes 500. Pretty good size if he's trying to get it where he can shove the turn for about pot size bet with Brenda's chip stack. So when she calls, now 4 of spades does give her the flush draw as well.
And HN is going to go ahead and rip it all in, and Brenda's going to call.
I think that's why he went with that check raise size of 500. And ouch.
Oh. She caught a jack on the river.
Really good play by HN to get the chips in the pot the way he did.
Just
fortunately for him. The run out doesn't favor him.
Yeah, it is a bad river card for him.
But that small check raise was a really good play on the flop. So Brenda gets a pretty good river card. Find the double up for King Jack of Spades. You'd almost, if you're HN, you almost feel better if the river's a spade instead of the jack, just because. Like, oh yeah.
What's your shirt say?
I got beat like that a lot, so.
Mr. Bill going to show his shirt. It's pretty good.
Last night it said, I'm not growing old, I'm becoming a legend.
I love that. That's what I'm talking about. Both are tremendous quotes.
Lucky for Mr. Bill, we finally got a player at the table who can read. All right.
At least I got my dinner.
We got a raise pre-flop again from HN. Little couple hands in a row now.
But then James 3-bets it.
Yeah, James with the king queen.
Uh-oh,
And
Hunter
wow.
has aces.
Now it's a matter of what sizes you want to go with.
Uh-huh.
How many flights in this are there? 2, 3? Raise. That's the second. First one, second one.
Went to 700. Aaron says Mr. Bill is the best, by the way. I'm inclined to agree. That's kind of what I want to be when I grow up.
Upcoming, or is this like, huh? I mean, is there more like during the week? Like,
Hunter's going to take it down with the pocket aces. Obviously, I think he was hoping for action this time, but
he's got a book.
neither HN nor James could really put up too much of a fight for that size with their hands.
That was a different guy.
Folds around to Brenda. She puts in the limp, and then HN makes it 75 to go. So this is up to 4 hands in a row that HN is the raise first in player.
Wonder if it's
First player to
some
put in the raise.
Wonder if it's some tilt raising we're seeing with HN.
So far, it
Trade
seems
9
like he's been playing just fine.
Yeah. See, open-ended for HN.
Yep, he's going to take it down. C-betting is open-ended straight draw.
Catch. So to bet you out. I mean, I know you hit something. Just to get
You got a dirty stack, Brenda. In a good way, in the front.
Very good.
Ooh.
Another one. Another one.
yeah, that's a better, that's good.
Oh, yep, black chip at the bottom of her greens. She's got a dirty stack.
It's the good dirty.
Yep.
There's a lot of flag.
Whoops. It happens.
Well, she's going to raise it up with 10-7 of diamonds. Made it 30 to go. HN calls, Hunter calls. Now we see a 3-bet out of Todd. He's got Queen Jack of Hearts, makes it 175 to go out of the small blind. Pretty good squeeze spot for him after all these players called behind Brenda's original open.
Yeah, action on Hunter now. HN did call. And Hunter with 8-6 suited on the button.
So with the third player in there, gives Hunter pretty good price to put in the call and see what happens. Gets to play in position on this hand.
Ace, King, 8 flop.
So both HN and Hunter flop bottom pair, but neither can be super happy about it.
Ace pairs the board.
Just your casual royal flush draw for Todd. He is going to bet with it.
Yep, bets 175.
Pretty hard to call with just an 8 if you're either of these players.
Well, except for HN, and you decide to raise
call. Yeah, he didn't call. That's for sure.
Todd does
call. Never folding a royal flush draw here. And HN gets counterfeited.
Oh,
Todd actually has the best hand. But HN's going to keep bluffing. It should work. Good, I say, as Todd reaches for black chips. I mean, if Todd makes a call here with queen high, pretty amazing. Just completely puts HN on what hand he has almost.
And there you see the lean back from Todd.
He's thinking it out. His initial reaction was he grabbed the black chips right away. So now he's trying to think it through. See, there it is. He said it. Called it right out.
He does fold.
He said it, though. His read was right.
Yep. He did get counterfeited.
I don't think that even qualifies as a counterfeit.
Yeah. I mean, I have 10 high, actually. I almost call you with queen high, sir. That's why I said you get counterfeited. I don't take long unless I actually have a decision. And you ask me, I give you exactly the answer. Not wrong.
Really good read by Todd.
Dude,
yeah.
See how bad I run the river? I mean, I shouldn't play river anymore. But I'd actually go all in on the turn anyway.
How do you do, man? That was a bet.
Raise 30. We only have a few minutes to play, so I have to catch it up.
The old, we only got a little bit of time left on the live stream. I love it.
I mean, at least he's saying it as he opens with 4 deuce. Like, it might be true.
Oh, VJ 3 bets with pocket queens in the big blind here.
And HN, just like he said, he's gambling it up for the last couple minutes.
There he is. 7, 8, king flop.
Crazy float from HN. There he goes. He's going for it.
He is fully slammed the gas pedal to the floor through the vehicle.
Well, if you're going to fully push the gas pedal to the floor, it's great to do it with a hand called the Gordon.
Yeah.
And he's got that one right now. There it is. He rips 1,000 in.
Oh, HN is just going wild all of a sudden.
BJ is trying to make sense of it.
Maybe I gotta go home.
I don't know if I've ever heard this speech where a person actually was bluffing. I've only ever heard the "I've got to go home" speech when they have an absolute monster.
HN just cutting loose.
It's like BJ believes him, but also doesn't have a great hand to call with a king out there. 2 8s are out there. The only thing that really missed was spades. And you're holding the queen of spades. He's blocking some of the bluff potential. Just brutal. But we've seen HN open about 7 of the last 8 hands.
Yeah.
Showdown a massive bluff on the last hand.
Well, and ever since, like I said, ever since he lost that hand to Brenda when she rivered 2 pair, he is just he's just let it loose.
Just gripping and ripping. No, absolutely. I don't think BJ likes any option. Like,
No.
I hate folding and I hate calling, so I'll just try to figure out which one's better. Not a fun spot to be in.
No, not at all.
I'm out. Got you covered. So 75. Next one. It's always 10. Fast as you can put them down. But don't get another one from me.
Anybody out there in the chat think they know what he's going to do?
Definitely in the tank.
I don't know.
I don't know. Like I have this weird feeling that he may actually fold.
I think he's trying to figure out how he can talk himself into calling.
Yeah.
His gut is saying I'm good, but everything about the actual card says I'm not.
Yeah, just the way the action, just HN just letting loose. You just have this feeling that he has a monster here.
Todd Jones says he thinks he's going to fold.
I mean, it's
If
been
this
about
was any other
3
opponent?
minutes that BJ's in the tank here.
Can't blame him. It's not clear. Like there's not. It's anytime you have like very conflicting pieces of information, it's hard to come up with a decision. So the way this hand is played out, if it was a normal opponent, it'd be a pretty quick-ish fold, I would think. But just the way everything's been happening the last couple hands and the table dynamic screams bluff. And you have to weigh the two of those things and figure out which one you want to go with, you know?
Yeah, really tough decision.
He needs a random number generator.
Yeah.
Right about now.
This is about, well, you know, this
Come
is
up
where
with
you
your
flip.
percentages and spin it, yeah.
This would be where you just flip the coin.
OMG David Glasper says he would only bet 1K if he had an 8. But what if he had ace king?
And he does let it go. HN gets it through, and he shows the bluff.
Immediate show, yeah.
Immediate show.
Only you can get away with it.
What you get, but
Wow.
Oh, really?
6 spot.
Well, I think we found our villain.
I think I played better with nothing, man.
You're my hero. You know that?
What a bluff.
You called him a villain, and now Hunter calls him a hero.
Yeah.
I got a diamond in space. Is that what it is?
Pretty crazy.
Wow.
Pretty crazy bluff.
Very crazy bluff. I'm looking at BJ. I think he's turned 3 different shades of red.
Call 750.
That was he knew it. He just couldn't follow through.
Wow. And now HN has pocket jacks this hand.
So he opens up to 50, just like he has the last bunch of hands in a row, and
Ace
Todd
queen
does 3-bet.
Ace queen suited and ace king for Mr. Bill.
So Mr. Bill put in a cold 4.
Man, spread on me.
Todd says HN will not go bluffing again.
Probably not for a little bit, no.
Yeah, not for a while.
And this is kind of crazy because he was expecting somebody to 3-bet him, given all the prior hands, but now you see Mr. Bill put in a cold 4-bet.
Yeah, cold 4-bet.
Steve Hammond says better have security walk him out. I think BJ is more embarrassed that he didn't go with his gut than he is upset at HN. You know, mad at self, not mad at the opponent.
Ourselves a game.
Wow, we got almost
So it went call,
1,800 in the middle.
And Todd and HN both flop a lot of hand.
Yeah.
Queen 10-9, so HN's open-ended. And Todd's got top. So it checks over to Todd.
Todd's going to bet,
He bet
700.
I mean, if Mr. Bill folds, that suddenly opens the door for HN to possibly jam.
I think it could be a big possibility, yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I mean, Mr. Bill might call for this small of a bet to try to hit. Obviously, we can see that he shouldn't, since 2 jacks are dead and his overs are no good.
But unfortunately for Mr. Bill, he does not know that.
Like, I'm rooting on one hand for Mr. Bill to go gangster and raise, but I'm rooting on another hand for him to just fold so we can see what HN does.
Yeah.
Like, all options are going to be entertaining, that's for sure.
You just see Mr. Bill just raise it.
He's looking over. Like, what the hell are you going to do?
Listen, I mean, HN just got the bluff of a
right, here we
lifetime
go.
through.
You were dying for it.
So
Does
you
he
don't
go
know.
for it again?
Uh-huh. So Mr. Bill does fold. Does let it go. Now HN.
About 24 all in is what is actually like that. All in a call.
It went all in call. Snap, snap. Here we go. Donnie is just ripping into Hunter for not paying enough attention to this crazy game.
Wow.
Put down your phone.
And you can never give me a hand, do you?
So Ace Queen does hold for Todd.
I know exactly what
It does.
Todd
Wow.
snap called. Snap called the shove.
It's a big hand for Todd L.
Mm-hmm. So Todd's going to get a monster double up. Probably gets him closer to unstuck, not all the way there. Yeah, Todd in the chat says HN's going to have a hard time letting those jacks go. Missed it before the shove, but yeah.
Yeah.
Saw that coming about a mile away.
That was
But if it
very
gets
accurate.
back to him, he's shoving.
Hey, you had an open hand straight, so I get it.
I'm going home then. Never win the real hand.
HN bemoaning the fact he can win with 4 deuce, but can't win with pocket jacks.
No, probably not buying it. Maybe go for it. Too late now.
All right, so after that, let's see what else the game has in store. A lot of fireworks the last couple minutes. We do see a button straddle this hand. We're into the, like so with Queen Jack. Puts in the raise out of the big blind spot, making it like 60 to go. Gets run a Don. He's going to flick in the call. 10-6 suited, and BJ is going to defend his straddle with an ace deuce. So flop is ace 7 deuce, 2 pair for BJ, but unfortunately they're all clubs, so Don has the flush. Meanwhile, Brenda is going to keep firing with her Queen Jack as the pre-flop aggressor. She bet 75. It looks like Don's going to put in the call, or put in the raise, rather. He does raise it up.
Yeah, raise it up to 275.
Yeah, definitely
poor
a raising
BJ.
spot. Yeah, definitely a raising spot, not holding the nut flush draw. You don't want to slow play when there's a lot of bigger clubs out there. BJ does only call.
And then Brenda will fold. Jack on the turn.
It doesn't change too much. It's a matter of what size Don wants to use. Probably trying to rope BJ in, but at the same time, there's a lot of cards that kill his action on the river. He just goes for the all-in. BJ with give or take a pot size stack behind. So Don's just trying to get it in now. It's hard to find a fold in this spot.
He does let it go.
BJ finds it pretty quick that time. Good fold by BJ.
Rough night for BJ, though. I mean, flopped 2 pair there, but was easily dominated. And then a couple hands back, you had pocket queens, and then you get bluffed out of it.
At least he didn't let the emotions get to him from the previous hand. A lot of people would tilt call here. Still upset about that hand a couple hands back against HN. Easily could have tilted off another 1,000 or so right there.
Probably call and the same result happens. So, like, but I wish you the best of luck.
Here we go. HN open shoves.
What is the amount?
And when you wake up with 7-5, you just go shove.
I have no idea what my hand is. I just want to check.
So Todd called blind. HN has no clue since he never looked. We know. Easy game for HN.
What do you have, a 5?
So, you have to flip yours, so you have to
You win. I win. Nice hand.
That's my $1,000.
So HN with a double up.
I don't think you did the same thing for $1,000. Maybe you do. No, I did. I won't do the same I can go all in with the new option. Yeah. A bop pot.
That is my time for the rest of the night. Thank you.
It's a good time
Here
to
we
go
go.
all in again.
Perfect time, bomb pot.
Support the pool.
Always support the pool.
So clearly HN's itching to get the rest of his chips in. It'll be fun to see if he can spin it up. And you see the totals on the day on the board. Don E, our big winner, currently up 4,400. Brenda up a little over 3K. Hunter hanging out up around 2K. Mr. Bill not doing too bad. He was getting crushed early. Made a nice comeback. Hit a high hand. He's up 1,250. James and Todd both up a little bit. Really good comeback by Todd, actually. He was stuck over 3,000 maybe only 2 hours ago. And the V-pips haven't changed too much. You see Todd leading at 50%. Lowest is James at 25, but he's been 3-betting a lot more hands than that number would let you believe. So we're off to a $50 double board bomb pot. In case anybody is unaware what a bomb pot is, every player puts in $50, and we go to 2 boards, straight to the flops. Action starts there. So we see Todd lead for 150. He has 8 tray for 2 pair on one board, open it on the other. And to no surprise to anyone, HN goes all in. If you're just joining us, his chips are basically on fire. He's been trying to bust a leave for the last 10 hands or so.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be...
And James has an interesting hand here with all those players behind him. He's got Open-ended straight plus flush draw on the top, middle pair and gut shot on the bottom. It's gonna be really hard for James to fold. Instead, he goes for the raise. He's trying to isolate now. Take his equity against only HN.
Yes.
And that's a crazy spot. It puts Todd in a crazy spot with the 2-pair and open-ended.
Yeah, it does.
So
Todd does call it.
It's going to definitely get the other 2 out of the way. So now, James and Todd are going to be on a side pot that does have chips in it. It's not a dry side. It's actually a pretty sizable side pot. It's going to be in the $1,700, $1,800 range. If there was a dry side pot, you'd be more inclined to see less action, but because it's going to be such a big side pot, you could see some really big bets come in.
Yeah, Jacob is all trying to get it all situated. Main pot and side pot.
All right. HN, you all in for the main?
Seen them both,
Heads
or
up
do
for
you
the
go?
side. This is what I see right here.
Here come the turn cards.
Jack on the turn, king on
both
the turn for the top.
Pretty bricky for James and Todd. So James takes advantage and shoves.
And for HN, he does have a flush draw now on the bottom board.
Yeah, he's open-ended with the flush draw. Plus, he does have the pair of trays where he could counterfeit. Or honestly, if James bricks after Todd folds, the pair of trays would be good. Weirdly enough for HN. This is a very, very tough spot for Todd.
15,
Todd seems very aware that with this game flow, James would be trying to isolate against HN, given the fact HN was basically shoving blind. So James is trying to push his equity. Todd has a pretty strong hand on one board with a pretty good draw on the other. So it's a really tough spot. Bomb pots can get a little crazy and dicey. We see it here.
Mm-hmm.
If Todd calls, we could see either player scoop. That's what makes it really intriguing.
It looks
Neither one
like,
has a lock. Neither one has a lock on one board by any means.
Well, he kind of parted the chip C there.
He does put in the call.
He did call.
It's a massive, massive pot.
Wow.
We're off to the rivers.
Wow. Jack on the river.
And they do chop the side. The 3 holds.
Do I have the chop for the side? Do I have the
Yeah, HN actually bricked everything. Todd's 2-pair is good up top.
You got 2-pair right here. You want a chance of winning, you gotta flip it up.
James's pair of 4s hold when it pairs with the jack on the bottom for 2-pair. Jacks and 4s hold for the bottom half.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, show.
If those jacks were flipped on the boards, then we would have seen James scoop. Crazy enough.
No, so you guys are gonna chop the entire thing. I got a flush draw on the turn.
Oh yeah, you did.
Alright, I'm just gonna scoop all this out.
That was a crazy hand,
Yes.
to say the least. I don't think an hour ago we would have seen anything even close to that. James wouldn't be isolating a raise, and Todd wouldn't be so happy, not necessarily that he was happy, but willing to stick it in light, because the game dynamic shifted massively in the last 20 minutes or so.
It really did.
So it really led to that crazy pot.
Well, I mean, it is go, like I said, it goes back to when HN and Brenda were heads up, and Brenda ended up rivering 2-pair. And then ever since that hand, HN just let loose. He just cut loose.
Yeah, it really accelerated things on this hand when he just ripped 500. on the flops.
In the words of Ron Burgundy, boy, that escalated quickly.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Oh, yeah.
In my head, I was moving the button.
So I think you could call James and Todd a lot of different names, but Knit is not one of them after that hand. Each stuck in piles.
Time to go straddle. Solo big and straddle.
So back to normal.
$50 from the floor.
Back to a non-bomb pot, normal hand, and HN has left the table. So should resume to some normalcy now. BJ opened it up to 50 to the 6-5 of diamonds. Hunter defends the straddle at 9-7. And they both flop open-ended straight draws. Hunter's is obviously better. Has a pair plus open-ended. BJ with the bottom end of open-ended. Hunter bets, BJ calls for 50. Turn ace, pretty bad card for Hunter. But he's going to continue, bets 150. BJ is going to continue with the straight draw. River's a board pairing 10 of clubs. Really interesting card. Intriguing to see what Hunter decides to do with his hand, given this run out. Does check it over. BJ is going to either have to wave the white flag or put in a big bluff. He does bet 205. We can see all the flop draws missed, the hearts missed, the straight draws missed, which is generally going to be good for Hunter's hand. But unfortunately for him, because he has the 9, specifically the 9 of hearts, he's blocking a lot of those drawing type hands. And because BJ opened pre-flop, he can have an ace. So it's really tough. Obviously, we can see what BJ has, but you know, if Hunter really can think through and see that BJ might have a hand like Queen Jack, maybe he finds a call. But as played, he does put in the fold. If BJ had a flush draw on the flop with, say, the ace of hearts, the ace turn obviously now beats Hunter. So assume that has to play a pretty significant role when you're trying to put BJ on a range of hands that would play that way. We've also seen BJ play pretty cautiously and straightforward so far, so maybe you minimize the amount of times he goes for a bluff on the end. So a good bluff by BJ that hand. In this hand he opens up to 50 again. He's got 8-6 of spades. And it quick folds around to Todd, who's going to defend his straddle for the 50. Puts in the call, Queen 5. Flops Jack 10 tray. Rainbow flop. Todd checks it over. BJ with a C-bet, and Todd with the snap fold. So BJ's takes 2 pots down, back to back, without connecting with the board on either one. So a little bit of a confidence builder. He's been in some really tough spots. Always nice to scoop a couple of pots, get the confidence back. When you're in game and you can remember, all right, I know how to play, it's fine. Donnie's going to open it up under the gun here. He does. He makes it 60 to go with his ace jack of clubs. Quick folds around to the small blind. Todd's going to call out of the big for the 60. He does have Jack 9 suited. Flop comes king, 7 tray, 1 club. It's a rainbow board. Turn 6 of diamonds. Gives a flush draw to Todd. But does not come in on an 8 of hearts river. Does go check, check. Don's going to take it down with ace high. Action and table are a little quiet right now. Obviously, after the crazy excitement that we saw there with HN and some monster pots, it's going to be a little bit of a vacuum in the action for a minute.
Yeah, and we're also in the final 30 minutes of the live stream, too. Actually, now closer to the final, like, 15 minutes of the live stream as well, so.
What were you telling about the 510?
The natural ebb and flow of the game.
But don't worry, guys. We'll be back at it tomorrow. 510 no limit hold'em that we'll have on the live stream. We'll get that up and running around 4 o'clock tomorrow. I have a feeling you're going to see some of these faces again for the 510 game. It's also going to be day 1C of our main event. There's going to be a lot of people here in the room tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun.
BCD, HCD.
So Hunter opened it up from the button with 10-7 suited over a limp. Todd called with ace deuce suited out of the small blind, and Brenda does put in the limp call with her 10-7 suited. Almost a chance at a battle of 10-7 suiteds. Instead, we're going to get a pretty dry run out. I went queen 8 tray flop rainbow. Everybody checked. Turn queen of spades pairs the board. Todd's actually going to have the best hand with ace high. The question of does Hunter want to rep a jack? He does. And he gets the job done. So like Country was talking about, we got a 5-10 game tomorrow night. Starts at 4 p.m. It'll be me and him back for the commentary again. There'll be some familiar faces and some familiar voices.
Yeah, and then also on Sunday, final table action for our main event. It'll be fun to bring back some tournament action on the live stream. Hoping to have that final table up and running around 8 o'clock tomorrow, or Sunday, I should say.
Hunter makes it 75. Todd folds the button, and Hunter gets to take it down. Appreciate everybody that was tuning in tonight, hanging out with us here at Best Bet Jacksonville on the live stream. Hopefully you want to join in at some point through the weekend. We'll be on every night.
Yeah, definitely a fun weekend, and I know with Mike joining us for commentary and live stream lately as well, it's always been super fun to hear Mike break things down and commentate over things. So Mike, always appreciate you, man.
Thank you. Enjoy being here. Always a fun time.
No, I'm not giving it to you. 70 bucks from the 9.
James opens it up to 70.
No, and he just goes,
Pulls a button straddle his hand, floated around to him, and undergun +1.
the table to see if they saw it. I'm like, yeah.
Queen 10 of spades, and that's going to be good enough to take it down.
Big factor at the poker table.
I was just checking.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking about Don and we talked about Mr. Bill and how well they played. Hunter, obviously, you know, he's solid. We always know what type of player Hunter is and everything, but I don't think we talk about James a lot too much. He's had a pretty solid night for the most part, and been kind of a quiet, successful night for him. Of course, Todd worked himself out being stuck as much as he had. He's back to even now.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Was Todd's comeback is pretty amazing too.
Yeah,
he was stuck over 3,000. Kept his wits, kept his positive attitude and mindset. He does play a pretty aggressive style. He didn't move off of his playing style and let it deter him.
Yeah, like I said, Todd's a relatively new face that we've seen on the live stream and in the room a bit too. And yeah, he's always been involved in hands one way or another.
And sometimes when you get stuck, it's easy to get off your game. So I would imagine for him, getting off his game is almost tightening up, but he didn't let anything bother him. Stayed in there, kept playing well.
Get out of there. It's not healthy.
Mark says that I'm doing a great job. Appreciate it, Mark. Appreciate the feedback.
There are a lot of crazy
It's like
people
he's
out
just
there.
like he's staging a coup against like the Ministry of Defense in Russia. That's like real deal oligarchs.
Mike Benedito says Mike's the best. I assume you're talking about yourself, or just all Mikes in general. I see that you did pluralize it, so Mikes are the best. Yes, I'm inclined to agree. We're, about 20% better than Ryan's, for example. Just a rough guess. Rough guess on the math. I don't know.
Tonight, definitely more than 20%.
Well, you're running on fumes, so it's unfair.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's all right. We'll power through it. We'll be all right. I just got an update from Johnny. They are down to the final 22 now. So 2 more players left to be eliminated, and then the final 20 to move on into Sunday's field will be decided. And again, everyone that's making the final day on Sunday, they're all going to be in the money for the main event.
He showed up to the airport the wrong day, and he looked it up. Fold 791, $50 from the 2. Fold 3. And he looked up when he booked his flight. It was 2 weeks later. So 150 from the 4. Fold 6. Oops. A little bit.
And the story is
I've never booked a incorrect flight date. I have booked the wrong airport before.
Oh, that's not fun.
I showed up to the wrong airport in Washington D.C.
Oh, whoops.
Went for my flight back to Florida, and they we can't check you in. We can't find you anywhere. So it turned out I was at the wrong airport entirely. That was fun.
Yeah, that's
nice. That 45-minute cab ride to the other one.
Yeah, that's definitely not fun for sure. Can only imagine. Straight completes for BJ on the river.
He's definitely going to bet for value. That did get checked to him, so it's just a matter of what size he goes with.
355.
That's 355.
Yeah, hard for Todd to pay it off. It's a pretty scary board for his hand. Any 9 makes a straight, any ace has him beat.
He does let it go.
Yep, so another medium pot for BJ. Seen him take down a few pots recently after getting shown the bluff from HN and regretting it. Faced another couple of tough decisions, but now he's been bouncing back a little bit. There you go, Country. Mark says you're not too bad either. So there you go. Pat yourself on the back.
But that's insinuating that I am a little bad, which
I mean, we're all a little
I am
bad.
very aware of. It's okay. No, I appreciate it, Mark. Always appreciate you guys' support, and also always appreciate you guys coming through, watching our live streams. Been saying it before, if you guys wasn't for you, we would not be able to put these live streams together for you guys to watch. So we appreciate all the support that we have received from you guys, whether it's liking, subscribing, becoming a channel member. Everything that you guys have done to support the channel, we greatly appreciate it. Almost at 9,000 subscribers now on our YouTube channel, too, which is pretty awesome.
Getting close to that 10K mark.
Getting closer.
Chip away, chip away. So this hand we saw BJ actually put in a light 3-bet. He's got ace-4 suited over Donnie's original open.
Donnie
does flop
jack.
top pair. Interesting spot for BJ. He does check it back. Turn Tom's queen, so it is an overcard to Don's jack, but it does give him a gut shot. See if Don decides to lead on this card. He does. That's half pot 200 and takes it down. Could have been a card where if Don checked, BJ might have tried to represent it and bet out himself. So fortunate for Don that he bet. Just gets to take it
Charles,
down
what's
right
up,
then and
man?
there.
Good to see you, Charles, in the Facebook chat. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're getting close to wrapping up. I think we got about another 5 minutes left. Probably we'll be getting the last 3 hands call pretty soon. 143 hands tonight for this 2-5, $25 big blind cash game. All right, pocket trace for Hunter, King 5 offsuit for Todd, 8-7 off for Don, Brenda Queen 4 suited, and 2 pair for Brenda, Queens and Aces.
They all checked it over to her, so she's going to put out a bet. And they're all going to fold. Easy game.
And there is the announcement for Jacob. This is the final 3 hands of the night. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching.
Appreciate Charles going to go ahead and rewatch it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's some wild moments, for sure.
Yeah, there was some pretty good play, too. I would say overall, I saw a lot of good pre-flop action, a couple interesting spots. It's a pretty good group. Unfortunately, we didn't find the villain as requested earlier, so maybe if upon rewatch, Charles, you can point out who the villain was.
Because it used to be 4 hours, and then at the beginning of 20.
Johnny asking, no Don special anymore. Don joined our game late today. He joined the game about 3 hours after the fact. It's typically if he gets in earlier or if he's in the starting 8, we'll do the watch and earn Don's bucks.
He did sign up for tomorrow's game.
Yeah, if he makes it to, if he's part of the initial 8 for tomorrow's 5-10 game, it'll be on. But no, he just joined the stream really, really late tonight, so that's why we didn't do it tonight.
That's Johnny. Oh, Johnny.
Steve says, good night. See you guys tomorrow. Appreciate you hanging out, Steve. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Steve. Thanks so much. All right, 2 hands remain. There is a button straddle, so action's going to start on Don.
Why the game has to shut down at a certain amount of time in the stream if it's a good game. I mean, why does there have to be certain hard and fast rules? Just let it be kind of fluid and adaptable. It's for snappy. That's what I thought.
We can go long sometimes, when it's really good, we'll go extra.
I think it's because that makes sense.
We're shutting it down.
It's not why we're shutting down tonight, but
I mean, you already feel it. They turned the AC off.
I know, man.
but as they're talking about, we do sometimes extend the stream longer if the game is really good and everybody that's staff-wise helping organize the game is willing to stay late. We've done it before. Sure, it'll happen again one day.
Only male viewership.
Yeah, Don finally takes his jacket off. All the women can start tuning in right now, just with 1 hand left. A little late, Don. A little late. So this is the last hand of the night. Like Country said, appreciate everybody tuning in, checking us out, liking, subscribing, chatting, whatever it is. Had a lot of fun hanging out, talking to everybody tonight. We'll be back at it again tomorrow at 4 o'clock for a 5-10 no limit. In case you're going to be tied up tomorrow because it's Saturday. We'll also be on Sunday night this week for the main event final table, in case you want to check that out. Final tables are always a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Oh, exactly 50?
Oh, wow, what a sick trick question.
That boy good.
All right, so we got 3 players.
Yeah, Todd raised it up with 7-4. He's not afraid to gamble on the last hand.
What am I at, though?
Everybody whiffs. Checks over to Todd, who c-bets. BJ's got 2 overs and backdoor potential. Both straight and flush draw backdoor outs. So he peels one.
Hands up.
And it's not one of those cards BJ was looking for. Charles asks, what time Sunday night? We don't have a set time. It's just a matter of when they go to the final table.
Yeah.
I would venture a guess is sometime around 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m., in that range.
Yeah, I would say it'd be 8 p.m. at the latest, Charles. It's going to be hard to say because, yeah, we are going to be playing down the final table. It also depends on how many players are left in the final field, so it is what it is. But, yeah, 8 p.m. at the latest. Just follow our socials. We'll be able to give you the exact time. But that's going to be it tonight, guys. Final hand is in the books. Thank you guys so much for watching again. Real quick, let's flash final stats here. Yeah, Donnie just crushed it. Brenda, great night for her, up 3K. Hunter up almost 2K. Mr. Bill, almost a K for him. James and Todd also finishing up. Again, Todd, though, I mean, he was stuck 3K at one point, so to be in the black
comeback.
even a little bit's fantastic. And then
great comeback by Todd.
Yeah, and then BJ and HN. Oh, man, what a rough one for HN.
R.I.P. HN.
Yeah. But, you know, hey, HN's always welcome on our stream, you know. That's going to be it for tonight, guys, though. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate you guys watching. For our dealers tonight, Jacob and Trey. And, Mike, any final words from you before we wrap up?
No, I pretty much said my goodbyes, and can't wait to see everybody tomorrow.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, 5-10 no limit hold'em action for you. We'll get that live stream up and running around 4 o'clock. For Mike and for our dealers tonight, Trey and Jacob. My name is Ryan, also known as Country. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Be easy. Thanks for watching.